Pocono Raceway.
The banking is different. The way you enter the corner is different. The way you exit.
Talk about a unique racetrack.
This place, it's unique. So you do a lot of things here you don't do anywhere else.
A 2.5-mile asphalt triangle with 3 different straightaways.
Turn into the wall.
And 3 turns which are in no way the same.
Oh, contact into the wall.
A track with the heart of an oval, but the soul of a road course.
Track position is everything.
And the last time this series ran on consecutive days, the king had only 2 rings. And nobody in today's field had been born yet.
Kevin Harvick at Pocono finally is a winner.
So welcome back to Pocono. Let's run 'em again. It's time to get tricky.
NASCAR has doubled down in Pocono this weekend, and today it's round 2. Hi, everyone. Welcome to NASCAR Race Hub, presented by Coca-Cola. And day 2 at Pocono means an inversion of the finishing order from yesterday. Some drivers going to the back of the field because of backup cars, and a chance for Kevin Harvick to get 2 checkered flags in one weekend. Hi, everyone. I'm Shannon Spake, and here with me on this Sunday, as always, is America's crew chief Larry McReynolds and America's driver Jamie McMurray. You like that one? Is that a good nickname?
That's better than Little Mac or whatever you called me a few weeks ago.
I worked all weekend on that
nice.
nickname for you.
That.
All right. Larry, the Pocono doubleheader, it is something that we have been waiting for since the schedule came out last year, right?
Yeah, and it's something we've been talking about trying for years, and here we're actually going to do it. But I do want to stress, this is not a rescheduled race weekend because of the pandemic. It has been on the schedule ever since the 2020 schedule came out almost a year ago. But I want to follow up on the man that brought us on the air. We are doing something that has never been done in the Cup Series in the 70-plus year history of this series. We're running back-to-back races, 2 consecutive days at the same track. We are doing some history this week.
And I know that you were like this yesterday when all that strategy was playing out.
Loved it.
He loved it. Jamie, which driver do you think could benefit from the information they learned yesterday?
Well, I think Kyle Busch, and we talked about it yesterday in our pre-race show, that we feel like practices maybe hurt he and Adam Stevens more than others. Kyle Busch's strength of getting his car better as practice goes on. He ran 5th yesterday, but here's going to be the difference today. You only get 1 shot, and you got to hope you make the right adjustment, where typically you can come in, make adjustments, over and over. You get 1 chance today, so hopefully he and Adam Stevens can make the right adjustments.
That's good stuff. That's why you're America's driver. Before we
look, you're just sucking up.
Before we look too far ahead to today's race, let's recap how things went down yesterday at the Tricky Triangle. Here's Mike Joy and Jeff Gordon with more.
This was supposed to be the grand experiment of 2020, a season that has turned out to be a complete experiment. 2 races in 1 weekend at the same track for NASCAR's premier series. Here's how race 1 unfolded. Joey Logano was the stage 1 winner. Eric Jones, trying to stay off of Kurt Busch, collides with rookie Tyler Reddick. Jones out of the race. Reddick would continue with damage. Stage 2, pole sitter Eric Almirola gets his first stage win of the season. Kevin Harvick duels Denny Hamlin, tries to break the draft on every one of Pocono's 3 distinct straightaways, and Harvick comes home the winner for the first time in 39 starts at this unique tri-cornered oval. And tomorrow they get to do it all again. 20th place finisher Ryan Preece will start from the pole. Race winner Harvick will start 20th. They have to use the same cars, the same engines, the same everything. So, Jeff, who learned the most today to prepare for tomorrow?
Yeah, we always talk about, since we've gone back racing these last 10 weeks, about not having practice and how badly you need practice and what would you do if you had it. Well, hey, today you had 130 laps of practice, and now we're going to find out what happens tomorrow. These fast cars like Kevin Harvick, Denny Hamlin, Eric Almirola, they now have to start in the middle of this field. So how good is their car, and will their strategy now change because of losing that track position? All kinds of reasons why you want to watch this race tomorrow. I think it's going to be a fun one. And then we've got some guys that say, man, if I just had track position, position, I would be a factor in this race. Well, you're going to get that chance too. Ryan Preece and Dillon and a few of these other cars that are going to be starting at the front and seeing if they can hold off those fast-charging cars coming from behind. But Kyle Busch is the one that's constantly been saying, I need more practice to dial my car in, to work with my team. Well, he got that. I think he is going to possibly be the guy that wins this race tomorrow, or one of the ones to really watch.
Fords finished first and third. Toyotas had 3 spots in the top 5. The first Chevrolet was Matt Kenseth back in 11th. Well, we'll see how things all change around after they've had these, 325 miles of practice Saturday. Get ready for Sunday.
Thank you so much, Mike. All right, here's a word that you're going to hear a lot today. Inversion. Word of the day, right? Would you say?
Of course it
Would
is.
you say, maybe?
Pretty close.
Close, right? As in, that's how the cars are going to start today's race. All right, drivers in the top 20 are going to flip. So let's remind you who finished in the top 3 yesterday. Of course, you have winner Kevin Harvick. Denny Hamlin was a runner-up. And Eric Almirola, who had his first top 5 finish at Pocono after leading the most laps. So they're going to go to the back. Harvick is going to 20th, Hamlin 19th, and Eric Almirola 18th. And the guys who finished 19th and 20th yesterday, that would be Ryan Preece and Austin Dillon. Bad news for Preece this morning. They're changing the engine on his car. He's going to drop to the back. So Dillon will take the pole position, and Kurt Busch on the front row alongside the 3. All right, we just mentioned Denny Hamlin. He's also going to the back of the field. But my goodness, I mean, yesterday in the race, he showed us why he's a 5-time Pocono winner. He just had a lot of strength.
Yeah, I mean, clearly he's good at this track. But the thing that sticks out to me, and I'm going to eat a little crow here and give Larry some credit, is a few weeks ago when we talked about who we thought the best Joe Gibbs driver was, he picked Denny Hamlin. I said Martin Truex Jr. But as I watch these races, I feel like every time I look up, Denny Hamlin is the top JGR team. And when you look at, since he and Chris Gabehart teamed up, they've won 2 Daytona 500s, and they've also won 9 races. That's not just the most amount of races from the JGR camp. That's the most in series total. So pretty unbelievable what they've been able to do, and they're one of the best driver crew chief combinations that we have right now.
And remember, Denny went winless in 2018.
Unbelievable comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. You all right? I know you almost fell out of your chair there when he did that. Okay, Kevin Harvick, right? I mean, when you win a race, you set the bar so high. How do you raise that bar on day 2?
Well, it does not matter if you won the race, you ran 10th or 20th. You learned from yesterday, whether it's about your race car or maybe about strategy, things you need to do, maybe things you don't need to do. And I was listening to Kevin Harvick after the race. He said, we know we have to make our car better, and we know what we need to do to make it better. I go back to Darlington when he won the first race. He was good in the second race, but he couldn't go up there and win the race. So I think it's interesting. They know they have to be better because they know most of the competition will be as well.
Talked Kevin Harvick. We talked Denny Hamlin. What about the guy who brought it home 3rd after leading 61 laps? If you're wondering how that might set him up for success today, well, Eric Almirola is going to join us coming up next. Plus, as we hit the second half of the regular season, we thought it's a perfect time to hand out some mid-season awards. We have got that later in the show. Let's come back. Welcome back to NASCAR Race Hub. So Kevin Harvick may have won the race, but it was teammate Eric Almirola who was the fastest man on the track Saturday in Pocono. Eric earned the Xfinity fastest lap with a speed of just over 172 miles per hour. He also earned a consecutive 3rd place finish. So we want to say hello. Welcome Eric Almirola to the show. Thank you so much for spending a few minutes with us today. We've been talking about this doubleheader weekend, Eric, for such a long time. So walk me through the turnaround process for you and your team. What kind of things did you guys identify last night that you want to do differently today?
Well, we were really happy with our race car yesterday. Obviously, led a lot of laps and ran up front all day. So not a lot of changes or major overhauls, but there was a few things about the race car that I felt like we could make improvements on. So Booga and the engineers and myself last night got on a virtual meeting and sat and downloaded, about the race and about the way the car was driving in clean air when I was leading, and then when I got in traffic, behind other cars. So we're going to be in a lot more traffic today, starting 18th. So got to have a car that's maneuverable and able to run in traffic, but it's also got to be fast. Planning on trying to get track position and get up front.
Well, Eric, first off, great job yesterday. It was fun to see you lead all those laps, but I want to focus on that last green flag stop. You come in as the leader. Kevin Harvick's about a second behind you. You make your pit stop, and then when you leave the pits, you're like 6 seconds behind him. So I want to know what you were thinking at that point as you exited pit road.
Well, I knew that we were in a situation to lose some spots to those guys because we chose to run long. They pitted earlier in I think it was stage 2 or at the break of stage 2, and we didn't. We ran to get the stage points and to win stage 2, and then we stayed out and ran basically till we were out of fuel. So we needed both cans of gas, and if we're going to take 2 cans of gas, we might as well put 4 tires on it. It wouldn't have made sense to put just right side tires and 2 cans of gas. So we put 4 tires on it and felt like we still had a shot, but we had to have a caution. Those guys certainly leapfrogged us with the strategy, which we knew that. We went into the day planning on keeping our track position and trying to score a lot of points, which we were able to accomplish. But we knew that we would give up some spots there. But if the caution comes out with 10 to go, I have the best tires and arguably the best race cars. So felt like we could have restarted third and had a shot to win the race.
Yeah, Eric, I said it earlier, probably people are adjusting on their race cars, and probably some people are adjusting that strategy based on what we learned yesterday. Eric, prior to Homestead 2 weeks ago, your best finish was 7th at the second Darlington race. In fact, that was your only top 10 after we came back racing at Darlington. But now I look these last 3 races, 3 top 5 finishes. What switch did you guys throw over there?
Well, I think it's just a combination of things. But, we started the season off to a good start, consistent and running in the top 10. And then we came back from the 2-month shutdown and we were off. And to be quite honest, Booga and I just still hadn't had that many reps at the racetrack together and run that many races together. So we were going to racetracks that we hadn't been to, still had, no notebook on, and just really didn't have the grasp on what I was looking for out of the race car and what we needed as a team to be competitive. But I feel like, we went through a stretch there of bad luck. We were having good race cars. We had a great race car at Atlanta and had some bad luck, had some misfortune, had a loose wheel. Went to Bristol, again, had a really good car, probably a car capable of winning, and had a loose wheel, had to pit, came from the back, driving back up through the field, got together with a 19, cut her right front tire down. So, things like that. And then we go to Martinsville and have an alternator go bad and, kill both batteries. So just things kept popping up that, some of it was our own fault. And we were creating a lot of our own misfortune, but some things were out of our control and not going our way. And then we went to Miami, and things just turned around. We had a great race car at Miami like we had been having, but we went through that entire race with no problem. I didn't hit the fence. We had a good day on pit road. Everything just went normal, so to speak, and we had a top 5. And so that was a great way for us to just build our confidence back up, knowing that if we just execute and do everything right and we have a little luck go our way, that we're plenty capable of running up front.
Luck and momentum certainly on your side right now. Good luck getting the win out there today. You're already winning in that shirt department, by the way. You've won the day for that shirt. Thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you, guys.
Big week of Race Hub coming up. Here's a look at what you can check out.
It's a big week on NASCAR Race Hub. Monday, we'll go one-on-one with this weekend's winning drivers as we break down the doubleheader at Pocono. And, of course, the best sights and sounds from the Tricky Triangle with Radioactive. And get ready. NASCAR's heading to the Brickyard for a huge July 4th doubleheader. NASCAR Race Hub. Weeknights 6 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
Busy week on the Hub. Still to come, it is the mid-season award time. Larry and Jamie are going to debate who did it better and who's faster at the halfway point of the season. You don't want to miss it. It's coming up next. Welcome back to NASCAR Race Hub, presented by Coca-Cola, as we get you ready for round 2 of the Pocono doubleheader. And yesterday, out in Pocono, Kevin Harvick collected his 3rd victory since returning from the break, his very first at the Pocono track. And, you know, every driver enjoys celebrating a win, but Kevin Harvick did mention several times how much he missed the fans, and we certainly missed you guys and cannot wait for you guys to get back to the racetrack. So Harvick, the big winner yesterday, but time now for us to hand out some of our own awards. It's our mid-season Hub Awards. I'm going to set the topic. These guys are going to give me one argument for each of those topics, and we'll see who wins. First up, best mask.
I don't know that it's the best mask, but it's the one that always stuck out the most to me, and it was Chase Elliott's, because it had those strings that were like 18 inches too long. And the first week it was acceptable, but by like the 3rd week, I'm like, come on, dude, trim those things.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that would make it the best mask, other than he's the most popular driver in NASCAR.
Yes.
No question. Denny Hamlin's mask, when he won that race at Darlington, most unique, most creative, part of his face, hands down the best mask we've seen.
Come on, Jamie. This is definitely the best mask right here. This
Now, I'm
is the best
disappointed
mask.
he doesn't wear it anymore.
Yeah, I know. He
I
said
thought
he
we
was
were going to have different versions of that, is what I remember, like sad,
That's what
happy,
he said.
not sure.
This is happy Denny right here.
That's
when he
absolutely the best
race.
mask right there.
So
No
I'm
question.
picking the winner. Thank you, Denny, for letting us have this mask. And there you go. There he is, wearing it after he won the race. How does that not win? That's much better than 18-inch strings hanging off the side of a mask. Okay, next category is best save so far. Jamie?
Best save so far for sure is Ryan Blaney just last week at Talladega. Brad Keselowski was giving him a huge shove, and how he hung on to that thing, I don't know.
I don't know. I have watched Christopher Bell in that 95 car not once, but that was a pretty good save.
Yeah.
I will give it. But this was at the Coke 600 at Charlotte, and I watched him do the same thing earlier in the season at Las Vegas. Obviously, his dirt track experience paid off right there as it did at Vegas earlier in the year.
Great save, but where did he finish?
Probably not as high as Ryan Blaney did.
My guy
Now,
won, is all I'm saying.
I will give you this. I will give you this. I was actually looking at the data on Ryan Blaney. He never lifted the throttle right there, and he looked like he was swatting bees inside that race car. I'm glad he had those white gloves on.
So who are we going to win? Who's winning?
I'm going to go with Blaney. I'll convert over to Blaney. I'll give him that.
There you go. You swayed him. That's why you're the America's driver. Best save is going to Ryan Blaney last weekend at Talladega. Whee! Look at those hands inside that car.
I'm telling you,
wow.
he's a busy man.
Oh, my goodness. All right. The next category is best rookie. Larry, kick us off.
No, I do not have a bromance with Tyler
Yes,
Reddick.
he
does have a
Tyler
bromance.
Reddick, I know he had a rough day yesterday. Got caught up in that wreck there with Eric Jones. But week in and week out, he has had the best speed. I mean, he won a stage at Talladega. He got the 4th place finish at the Homestead. Jamie, I even go back to Phoenix. He was headed to a top 5 there when he had that tire issue. I just think week in and week out, he has the best speed of any of our rookies.
I think this was the hardest one to pick because it's just all of them are so close. But I'm going with John Hunter Nemechek, and the reason being is that we know he's not in quite as good of a car as Cole Custer, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick, but he's ahead of 2 of 3 of those guys in points right now. So to me, he has done the best job this year.
I will say he's overachieving, but who has some of the best finishes as a rookie?
Can I see your notes? Do you have like an entire notebook?
Larry doesn't
full
even
of,
have
like,
notes.
This
He
is
just
my
has like
entire
random
notebook.
stuff
Tyler
memorized.
Reddick file right
That's
here.
his Tyler Reddick file. But come on, I mean, he has been.
There's actually some photos of Tyler in there as well.
Come on, we've got to give Larry this one.
Numbers
He's-
don't
same,
lie.
yeah.
He
But
has
I
been-
will say John
Yeah.
Hunter Nemechek overachieves.
It's a hard one, but I'm with Larry.
There we go. The winner, you take a look, Tyler Reddick. Larry McReynolds has been singing his praises since he was, I don't know, 5. So we're going to give it to Tyler Reddick. Congratulations to all the winners of the midseason Hub Awards. Of course, Hubbies coming up later in the year. Up next, we're going to go hit the gas or pump the brakes at Pocono. Hear what our guys think about Chevy today. Plus, our Pizza Hut countdown clock is ticking ever closer to today's green flag in Pocono. We'll be right back. Back here on the Hub, so you can win money today playing Fox Bet Super 6. Just download the app to play for free and answer the 6 questions. There's up to $1,000 in prizes. I know you're playing, Jamie Mack. All right, let's play a little game we like to call Hit the Gas, Pump the Brakes. First statement, Kevin Harvick will go back-to-back today at Pocono, Jamie.
Yeah, I'm going to pump the brakes on this because when you watched the race yesterday, he wasn't the fastest car. Denny Hamlin clearly was catching him at the end. Rodney Childers just did a great job of putting them in the right position and having strategy of letting them win the race. So I don't think he can do it 2 days in a row.
You just reach over there and you hit that loud pedal. You hit the gas. He started 9th yesterday. Due to strategy, he was outside the top 30 at the end of stage 1. They're going to make the car better, and they will have that right strategy again today.
When Kevin Harvick said strategy in Victory Lane, I was like, Larry Mack loves that.
I'm excited.
Statement number 2, Chevy is going to have a finisher in the top 5 today. Their best finisher yesterday was Matt Kenseth in 11th.
I'm going to say hit the gas. Remember what I said earlier. Everyone learned what to do to make their car better today. I don't know if they win the race, but no question, one in the top 5.
I think Larry bumped his head, but I'm going to give him credit because I'm going to use one of his favorite words, dumpster fire. That's what Chevy had yesterday, and I just don't see them being able to turn it around in one night.
That's what he calls some of our meetings, right?
He does.
Yeah.
Total dumpster fire.
Last statement, a rookie will finish in the top 5 like they did yesterday. That, of course, was Christopher Bell in 4th.
Yeah, I'm just negative today, apparently, because I'm
Negative
pumping the
Nelly.
brakes again. I know Christopher Bell ran well yesterday. To me, the guy that might be able to do that today would be Tyler Reddick, but I just don't see it happening.
Oh, he's taking your man.
I'm going to agree with him. Pump the brakes. I think they maybe get one in the top 10, but I don't think they'll duplicate that top 5 from yesterday.
All right, well, I'm saying we do get a rookie. How about that? I'm up for the rookies today. Time now for us to make our race picks. Round 2 of the doubleheader. Larry, who you got?
Well, I know he was 0 for 38 headed into the race yesterday, but when today is over, he will be 2 for 40.
Yeah.
Kevin Harvick is going to get his 4th win of 2020.
Well, he did hit the gas on him going back to back.
He did, so he obviously had to pick him right there.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go with who I talked about at the beginning of the show, Kyle Busch. He got a little bit of practice. Hopefully he and Adam Stevens can make the right adjustments. And he has won 3 of the last 6 races for a Mac Nugget.
Yeah, you doubled down because you had Kyle yesterday.
I did, yeah.
I'm going to double down as well. I'm going to say Denny Hamlin is going to get his 6th Pocono victory out there today. Round 2 at Pocono coming up. Mike Joy, Jeff Gordon, everyone enjoy the race. Thanks for being here.
It's not always easy to stay positive. Not this year. But adversity can provoke great opportunity. And disposition can be a choice, a conviction to meet every challenge each day with a smile. Work together, move forward, and lead from the front.
All right, gang, sit back, relax, and enjoy the race.
Has proven to be one of the most challenging tracks on the schedule throughout the years.
As a driver, especially if you're a kid, there's nowhere more fun to drive.
Yesterday is history. Today, an opportunity to be great.
For the first time in its 70-year history, NASCAR is going to run its Premier Series 2 races in consecutive days at the same track. It's Pocono Raceway, Long Pond, Pennsylvania, where today it's the Pocono 350, where yesterday Kevin Harvick outdueled Eric Almirola to break an 0 for 38 winless streak at Pocono and claim his first checkered flag here. It's Groundhog Day. I won't play the Sonny and Cher song, but hi, everybody. Mike Joy with Hall of Famer Jeff Gordon. And did you ever have a race where you just wish the next morning you woke up and you could do it all over again? Today's your day.
It is that day, Mike, and boy, how exciting is that? We get to go back to the exact same racetrack, debrief with our teams, and fine-tune. If I had a good day yesterday, just a little fine-tune. If I had a bad day, it's wholesale changes with a new, fresh outlook on this race today. But they've got to be prepared. Track conditions are slightly different. We had an Xfinity and a truck race, and now we're going to invert the finishing order of the top 20 from yesterday's race today. Big challenges ahead.
Well, the star of our show yesterday was Larry McReynolds, our crew chief, because Eric Almirola started on pole and dominated the race. Kevin Harvick won it, and Larry kept us up on all the different pit strategies.
Yeah, and Mike, my head is still spinning, but I think the big difference is Kevin Harvick was on a 4-stop strategy. Eric Almirola and the 10, they were on a 2-stop strategy. Look at the graph right here. A big difference was at lap 94 under green. Both of them hit pit road at the same time. Because Harvick had only run 28 laps at that point, Rodney Childers decided 1 can of fuel and 2 tires. Eric Almirola, who had run almost 50 laps, they had to go with 4 tires. full of fuel, and that seemed to be a big difference. Of course, Eric Almirola also had to deal with some lap traffic, but I think that right there, Mike and Jeff, was a big difference at the end of that race.
All right, Larry, so Rodney Childers, he showed his hand. That was the winning strategy. I thought Eric Almirola and Mike Bugaravich called it perfectly. Today, 10 more laps to go do that today. I can't wait to see what strategy wins.
There will be varied strategies for sure. One driver who's looking forward to improving his finishing position is Kyle Busch with Jamie Little.
Well, Kyle Busch and the 18 team, they certainly have missed practice this year. And Kyle, we know you're one of those drivers who maximizes every lap behind the wheel over the course of a weekend. But this weekend, you got to race yesterday. How will that help you today?
Well, speaking of yesterday, I also got a chance to wear our Bundle of Joy Fund helmet that we're auctioning off for charity. So if everybody wants to check that out and bid on that, it's $1,800. $1,800. It's only $18 a ticket. Let me rephrase that. And we're going to give this away to a lucky winner and hopefully get to see them later on this season at a racetrack. But yeah, being able to get practice. I mean, coming to Pocono, this has been a good place for us over the years, and it's nice to be able to run well here because we know Hackettstown's just right down the road where all our M&M's associates and friends are, and wish we could have them out here at the racetrack today. But the M&M's Minis Camry yesterday was fast, just needed a couple tweaks on it in order to make it that much better, and hopefully having that opportunity over nighttime allowed us to get it better where we want it to be able to go out there and contend for a win today.
All right, Kyle Busch has won 3 of the last 5 here at Pocono.
And one of the keys to contending, Jeff, here, restarts.
Oh, and what a wild one we are going to see today as we see every restart and original start. Look at them, 3, 4, 5 wide fanning out as they go in almost 195 miles per hour into turn 1. Heavy braking all the way down, maybe 170, 175 miles per hour. But these teams have a responsibility here also. They've got to get the heights and the splitter right if your driver's going to attack and make those big, bold moves down in turn 1.
Under a heavy, clouded sky, we're ready for opening ceremonies. Let's join Monty Self from Motor Racing Outreach with today's invocation.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we're thankful for the opportunity to be here at Pocono Raceway today for this series of racing. Father, we pray that you would bless the staff and here at Pocono and all the sponsors here at this raceway for making today's event possible. Father, we pray that all the teams, Lord, the competitors, all of our track safety personnel and the NASCAR officials, Lord, that they would be safe during today's race. Lord, guide us with your righteousness. And Father, we pray that you'd fill our hearts with your love, that, Lord, you would unify our country and guide and direct all of our steps as we honor you and how we walk. In Christ's name, amen.
An electrifying jazz instrumentalist who has recorded and toured with Prince, Michael Jackson, and Stevie Wonder. His new album, Pulling Off the Cover, is available on CD and digitally via the Sono Recording Group. Here is saxophonist Mike Phillips, accompanied by West Bird. For the second straight day, NASCAR's Cup Series is ready to race in the Keystone State. Jeff Gordon has crashed.
Man, that is a bad crash. It's a hard lick.
He said the brakes went out.
I don't like the looks of that at all.
Double turn one, Jimmy Johnson slams the outside retaining wall. Now another car, Jamie McMurray, is up into the wall. And Jamie McMurray's car is beginning to burst into flame. There's flame coming to the right side, and Jamie has bailed out of that car.
That's a hard hit, boys, I tell you. That was a big hit for that 48 car.
Turn 1, Calamity Corner, down one of the longest straightaways in NASCAR into the 14-degree banking of a turn modeled after Trenton, New Jersey Speedway.
And Mike, there's one turn in NASCAR you don't want to have an issue, and that's turn 1 at Pocono. Look at that, 193 miles per hour top speed. The low speeds that you have to slow down for in the center of turn 1 is about 150 miles per hour. So over 40 miles per hour you have to slow down to. That puts a lot of stress on brakes, tires, suspension, and makes it easy to have a failure. And I can promise you, it hurts when it happens, Mike.
I saw that. Now, the top 20 finishers from yesterday will be inverted. There is your starting lineup. But Ryan Preece and William Byron both changed engines. They will have to go to the back, as will others who changed transmissions or went to a backup car. We have a Fox Bet Super 6 game today, and you can play for free. It's a little different game than usual. There are 6 questions to answer. You play for free, and there's up to $1,000 in prizes. So jump on there before the race starts. All right, Jeff, who are some ones to watch?
Well, I'm going to be watching Ryan Blaney. He finished in the top 5 in the first 2 stages yesterday, had a very fast race car, but strategy didn't go their way, and they finished 12th. He's starting 5th in today's race. And how about this rookie, Christopher Bell, started 36 in yesterday's race, came all the way up through there with strategy in a fast race car and some great driving, finished 4th. And then Kyle Busch, we've been talking about it. He needed that practice session. Well, he got it. 130 laps in this race yesterday was his practice session. Is that what the 18 team needs and has been missing to get the first win of 2020?
Given this is likely Jimmy Johnson's final start at Pocono Raceway, to give the command, here are Jimmy's daughters, Evie and Lydia.
Drivers and Daddy, start your engines!
Oh, it's great.
How great is that? NASCAR's Tri-Cornered Racetrack, for the second day in a row, plays host to its premier series next on FS1. Laps at Pocono. Dark sky to the northeast. There is a storm center out there. There's been a bit of lightning within range of the track. It's 80 degrees. It's going to be a little bit muggy and mostly cloudy. And there you see the dark sky behind turn number 1. Now your starting grid is based on an invert of the top 20 from yesterday. And that's what you'll see across the bottom. And then 21 through 40 the way they finished. Now several cars going to the back. We mentioned William Byron and Ryan Preece for engine change. Eric Jones, Joey Logano, and Alex Bowman, backup cars. They will also be starting out back, as will Chase Elliott with a transmission change.
What do you say we dial up Denny Hamlin's, the runner-up from yesterday's race? Hey, Denny Hamlin, Jeff and Mike here in the Fox studios. You got it.
2-4.
Well, man, when I look at speed from yesterday's race, I know you love this race, this track, but you were the fastest car on average speed throughout the race, but you came up second to Kevin Harvick. Not the first time you've done that, by the way. I think that's about the 6th time you guys have been 1-2. Now you're going to be starting 15th. You started 3rd yesterday. How are you going to get back to the front and win this race?
Well, I mean, we're going to need things to fall our way, and cautions are going to have to be timely, not untimely, like a few of them were yesterday. I mean, you need to have brakes, and you also need to have a fast car, and you know, the whole FedEx team's done a great job of giving me a fast car week in, week out. So it's up to me to do my job and see how this thing pans out.
All right, well, thanks for talking to us. Have a great day, and I hope you're enjoying summer in that lake that you live on and enjoying a boat ride here and there every once in a while.
Yeah, I appreciate the invite. You and Mr. H definitely took care of me, and I never want to go that fast again. Thank you.
You did what?
I can't say I can confirm the speedometer on the boat, but it was fast.
All right. They have pulled the cars down pit road due to lightning in the area. Jeff, I thought you'd get a little emotional yesterday because if Denny Hamlin had won that race, he would have tied you for being the all-time Cup race winner at Pocono.
Listen, I just love a good race, and I love it when somebody excels, you know, at a track, and that's Denny Hamlin. I mean, Denny Hamlin knows how to get around this track. From the very beginning of his career here in the Cup Series, he won the first 2 races at Pocono, and he, you know, he's fun to watch, and I'm going to be cheering for a guy that's fun to watch, that knows how to get it done, especially when it's a great battle like he had yesterday with Kevin Harvick. I'm not looking at stats and break records are meant to be broken, right, Mike?
Well, you won here 6 times, and all I can tell you is every time I did a Daytona 500 for CBS with Buddy Baker, he'd be watching the average speed of the race all afternoon to see if anybody was getting close to his record, and nobody ever broke it.
Well, I'm proud of those 6 wins, and I would not be surprised if Denny matches it and breaks that record as good as he is at this track.
There's your all-time top 20 right now, active drivers, highlighted there in green.
And Mike, I don't think we put enough emphasis on the Hall of Fame drivers that we have in the field today that we're able to watch. Look at how many wins. Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Jimmy Johnson. I mean, those are huge numbers when you look through the history of NASCAR racing. And, you know, those are numbers that these guys are going to hold on to for a long time.
And every driver on that list who is not racing today is in the Hall of Fame. So we got all excited. I guess it is going to be Groundhog Day again because they're going to allow the drivers to exit their cars as this, it's not a big storm cell, and it's off to the east, off past turn number 1, but it is throwing lightning in the area. So first thing that happens is our cameramen come down off the roof, and then they pull the cars to a halt. They would clear the grandstands if there were fans in it, and hopefully it won't be long this year before we see more fans.
Yeah, I got really excited, Mike, when I was looking at the radar and the rain was going to get around us and not hit us, and then I didn't even think about lightning, and then that lightning strike hit, and of course we've got a protocol in place that is to be safe for all competitors and those on around this facility.
Absolutely. Well, there is other sports news this week. Major League Baseball has announced they are coming back to the ballpark.
One time he makes a mistake in the middle.
I feel the river of light moving through me. That's hopeful, you know. It's a light that puts the mind at ease. I feel at home.
Part of the order. Down going 2. Great way to come back after 5 strikeouts. That must feel tremendous at the stadium. With some
Well, baseball is back, and that is great news for everyone here at Fox Sports, of course, the home of Major League Baseball on Fox and FS1. Saturday, July 25th, second day of the season, will be the first day of Fox Saturday Baseball. So great news. And I think all professional sports, save WWE and UCF that started just before us. NASCAR, the first major Sunday sport to be back in play, Jeff. And over these weeks, it's been difficult for the teams, difficult for the drivers with no practice, no qualifying, with limited resources at the track for both the race teams and the broadcasters. But I think the product that NASCAR has put on the track and we've been able to deliver to your homes has been pretty terrific. During this pandemic. We have live sports. It's a great thing to cheer about for everybody, and we've had some really good racing.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing how other sports approach it and you know what they put in place, because NASCAR, I was part of some of these meetings, not just on the broadcasting side but on the team side, of what needed to take place in order to not just get to the racetrack, but how do we start working back at the race shops? How do we come here into this studio? How do we do everything in a safe manner, and then also take those protocols and get to the racetrack and be able to get out there and compete and be able to perform at the highest level, put on a great show, have a great race, but have a safe environment. And I applaud NASCAR on the job they've done. And I know that they've been talking with other sports as they've come back about what they've done, the challenges that they've had, the successes that they've had, and how maybe other sports can go about having the same success.
And it's not just pro sports, it's college sports as well. I mean, I have two kids in college. They're waiting to hear if they're going back to campus for class, let alone for athletics, Larry. There's an awful lot to consider here.
Well, Mike, and you think about it, it was over 3.5 months ago that things was put on hold when we were getting ready to run the Atlanta race weekend. And our sport is so different from stick and ball sports, because even in normal times, to field a race car with a backup car 38 times a year, that is a tall task for a race team, big or small. But because of this pandemic and trying to be smart, all of these teams, they've been separating the shop crews from the road crews. I spoke with Rodney Childress earlier this week, crew chief for Kevin Harvick. He said, Larry, before Talladega, I never even went to the shop. My lead engineer that goes to the track with me, he did not go near the shop. He said this week, one day I spent 3 hours there. So it's been a challenge, but the good thing is, Mike, we're back racing, and all of these race teams, they're trying to be smart, separating the shop crews from the road crews.
One team did have 2 shop members test positive for COVID-19, and a different team had 1 or 2 of their road crew test positive, and of course they were quickly quarantined. Even NASCAR's protocols, when NASCAR President Steve Phelps came to the track the other week, he wasn't allowed in the garage area, wasn't allowed outside the media center, as NASCAR segregates everybody according to their work responsibilities. If we were at the track, we wouldn't be in the pits either. We're not, but we're ready to bring you racing from Pocono just as soon as this lightning passes by the racetrack.
You know, I think when we saw the doubleheader in 2019, when the schedule came out, we thought, oh, wow, that's going to be different. And then here we are in a point in time where everything is different and doubleheader seems normal. So we've had a lot of reps with some form of racing back to back. It is different, but we're gonna survive, and we're gonna put on a great show for the fans.
So Jimmy Johnson came out to the start-finish line to pose for some pre-race photos in what we expect is his final start here at Pocono. And Jeff, he's had a great career, including here with 3 victories, but I think we need to remind folks, this was planned from the start.
Yeah.
This doubleheader as an experiment, first time it's ever been done, and this was part of the 2020 schedule when it was first announced. So here are Jimmy's numbers.
Just an incredible career. I mean, I think the way that Jimmy has performed on the track, off the track, you know, this guy is just going to go down in the record and history books. Clearly a Hall of Famer. But, obviously a good friend of mine, a guy that, I played a role in seeing him come to Hendrick Motorsports. But he's just one of those guys that everybody loves, And I wonder about Jimmy right now going through his final season under these circumstances, because I think he and his wife, Chandra, have big plans, like we've seen with Tony Stewart and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and myself and others of, you can plan for this final season and bring friends, bring family to the track, celebrate with the fans, with your team. And, boy, this has disrupted all of that. And I know Jimmy handles these things in stride like nobody else out there. But, you just hope that by the end of this season, he's able to share these memories and this amazing career that he's had in this final season with those people.
Well, my hope for Jimmy, and pardon me, folks, I'm going to be a fan here for a second. I'd love to see him win a race. I want him to have the kind of send-off from the sport that Tony Stewart enjoyed, that Jeff Gordon enjoyed, and be able to notch a W in his final season. Can't say when or where that might come, but I sure hope it does. So we're waiting out a bit of lightning here in Pocono. No rain. The track is dry, so the clock is running, and shortly we'll be able to put cars on track. We're going to take you back to Talladega and a little bit of Talladega Radioactive. Welcome to Talladega, where we try for the second day to get 500 miles of racing in.
Got me on 2? Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Talladega, guys.
You're your best out there. I love you, man. We all do.
All of NASCAR's drivers have rallied around Bubba Wallace. The NASCAR Cup Series lone black driver.
Nothing short than spectacular. Together, they pushed that car from its starting grid all the way down to the head end of pit road.
The entire garage area has rallied around the number 43 today. No one is white, black, brown, or yellow. They are all racers. And they are all our heroes. When that window net goes up, racing is the great equalizer.
Get yourself a deep breath. Get your mind right. Let's go shut these haters up. Let's go to work. Green, green, green. All rolling, rolling, rolling. 4 wide up front. Pretty aggressive blocking. Get the out of here. I don't know why I'm so loose every time we come here. Not really any different balance than what we normally should have.
The green and white checkered flag is waving.
We'll get our first stage one here. Come on.
Green flag goes back in the air.
Get the 42 out of there, please. I don't want to with that 47. I don't blame you. 18 closing to us.
Side by side, racing back to the line.
Green checkered.
Stenhouse picking up stage 2.
Awesome job, bud.
Pit road is open, and it's a feeding frenzy down there.
Watch the 00. 00 just drove into the side of the damn AC. We got a rub? I think I smell it. I saw an air gap between you and him the whole time. We definitely touched. Told you guys. Listen to me every time I say I smell it. They're too aggressively pushing.
Oh, Chase Elliott gets turned.
Holy crap. You all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Nothing I can do. I'm off the gas, getting pushed. Flat left right here, trying to earth it back. Thing's killed. Damn Talladega.
Lead change number 49, 19th different leaders.
It is Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, it's pretty good right now.
We are down to crunch time. 4 to go at Talladega.
Go, go, go. All you got now. Big push, big push.
Johnson spins off the front bumper of Kevin Harvick.
I just ran out of room there. That was a good move you made there. I think the Ford just went for a spot that wasn't there. Yeah, I don't really have a lot to say right now.
Green flag is in the air.
Harvick with a shove from Chris Buescher. But now here comes the pack behind him.
10 half back. 10 went to the second lead, so 3 back chasing up to the 47.
White flag in the air.
Time to settle it.
2 back 47 got a big push.
Ryan Blaney to the outside.
12 12 come on with a big run. Blocking to inside corner.
Blaney is the leader.
Not over yet.
Push his ass. Back to the bottom. Back to the top. Back to the top.
Final run to the checkered flag, wheel to wheel.
Dig. Side draft. We get it? You know, right? Awesome job, dude. Awesome job. 14 boys. Damn it. Good job today, guys. 9 win. 12 is the winner. 12 is the winner. You got a buddy behind you.
You don't have a better friend in this sport than Bubba Wallace. What does it mean to win in these circumstances?
Oh, it's great. You know, I've known him for 15 years, and he's one of my best friends. You know, it's a tough couple days for him, and I'm going to support him 100% of the way, and I can't wait to go see him.
This is probably the most badass moment right here. That is so cool. It's been tough. The sport is changing. I'm proud to stand where I'm at. You're not going to take away my smile, and I'm going to keep on going.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate everything you got.
This is one of the most powerful, memorable races and events I've ever experienced.
Good job, homie. Love you.
On a day at Talladega that our entire sport can stand proud of. A big day at Talladega. There's Bubba Wallace's car. He'll start 22nd. Talladega winner Ryan Blaney will roll off 9th today with the starting inversion from yesterday's finish. Waiting out a lightning delay at Pocono, a little more than 10 minutes to go. We're going to show you something special. We're going to take you up on the pit box and show you something the teams make great use of in the data that's transmitted to them. At the bottom of the screen, left to right. Left is the fastest Ford lap of the day. In the middle, the fastest Toyota lap. On the right, the fastest Chevy lap. The 3 graphs, top to bottom. Speed, then throttle, then brake.
Mike, this is when the geek in me comes out because I love this kind of stuff. At the start-finish line, we're 100% throttled down this front straightaway. You can see that speed increasing all the way up close to 190 miles per hour. Heavy onto the brakes. Quickly off the brakes and back to wide open throttle. You can see the 88 of Alex Bowman actually got through this here in the corner, probably better than anybody. Now we come down this back straightaway. Look how the 10 car is trimmed out and he starts gaining on speed down that back straightaway. Now we're going to hit the tunnel turn, quick in and out. Look at Denny Hamlin go through there with barely any brake and just a ton of speed through that corner. Now he gets the advantage as we go down this short stretch and into turn 3. Long, flat turn 3. You can see how they've gapped the 10 car and the 11 car have gapped Alex Bowman on entering through the middle, and about equal speed between Denny Hamlin and the 10 of Eric Almirola as they get back to the start-finish line.
Larry, in other sports, they talk about stealing signs and what a problem that is, or stealing from play calling. But here in NASCAR, it's an open book from one team or another.
Well, it is, Mike, and I go back to all my years as a crew chief. Unless we had a teammate, we had access to none of this information. But I would really love to be able to sit my driver down, for instance, last night and say, look, here's the man that won this race today, Kevin Harvick. Here's a driver that had the fastest car, Eric Almirola. What can we do to our race car to help you be able to do the same things that these guys did yesterday? And that's one of the advantages of running a race yesterday. Yeah, there's things you couldn't change on that car for today's race, but even Kevin Harvick said last night, we have to make our car better, and we know what to do to make it better.
And all of that data being shared among teams is one reason why. We're going to check in with the driver of the Richard Childress Racing number 3, who spent the week enjoying dad life. That is Austin Dillon with his newborn son, Ace. Oh, that's a great picture. But today, Daddy's got to go to work and bring home the bread. So tell us about your weekend and how it's gone.
Well, you know, it's so funny. Every race we've been to, I feel like we've had a rain delay, but it's nice to have our Symbicort number 3 up front today. Track position means a lot here, and hope it works out for us. We made a couple adjustments between yesterday's race and today, and I think they'll pan out well.
Well, Austin, I want to hear how much sleep you're getting back home with Ace now coming into your life. How has that changed your perspective and the way that you go to the racetrack to do your job?
Well, my wife has been amazing, and can't lie, my mother-in-law, which is Gigi, she's been doing a lot to help me with the sleep. Ace is he's hanging out with Dad today, so hopefully he's not teaching me anything bad yet. But you know, he watched the race last week, and I think this week it'll be better for him. Hopefully we have a better run.
Let's talk about yesterday, where the highest finishing Chevrolet was Matt Kenseth in 11th. What have the Chevys done? Have you done anything together to figure out this track from yesterday, or have you and Tyler Reddick and your teams been working just to improve your cars? And if so, what did you find?
Well, we have a bunch of Chevrolets starting up front today. Justin Alexander worked hard last night looking through all that data you were looking at, the SMT, who was trimmed out, who wasn't. Seemed like some of the Fords were a little more trimmed out than we were yesterday. We've taken a little different approach today, so turn one could get interesting. I think looking at those other races, it was really wild today. So hopefully we get through there, keep that clean air, and do our job today.
Well, I think they're going to be getting you guys back to the cars here pretty soon, but I wanted to talk about something you mentioned, trimmed out. You know, we talk about cars getting their spoiler down and out of the air, giving them more straightaway speed, but, you know, if you're starting back behind cars, how do you turn that into a car that can get up front and make passes and be comfortable in traffic? You would think, I would think, right, okay, we're going to trim it out, but I wouldn't think it's going to drive very good around other cars.
Yeah, there's a huge balance shift when you start trimming these cars out in traffic. So I think we got to rely on the clean air. We really didn't do we couldn't do a whole lot, truthfully, to trim our car out much more. We were kind of hoping for the sun to come out, get the track a little hotter. But, you know, breaking that bubble that you get when you're drafting down the front stretch is pretty key. That's what you see some of those trimmed out cars being able to make it work, because there's so much straightaway speed here. Looks like we're going to have to go get ready, get in the cars, guys. Thanks for the interview, though.
Yeah, thank you for talking to us.
Thanks, Dad. Good luck today.
Yeah, good luck, Dad.
Austin Dillon joining us via Skype as the drivers return to their cars. Now, some of the teams, like Austin's, they had to pull the wrap off the car and completely change it. Here's that at work. Sponsor change, wrap change. Same for Brian Newman.
Some teams going to backup cars, some having to make some repairs to that sheet metal and areas of the body. It's a late night for these race teams.
And then they all had to go through inspection again this morning. There is Ryan Preece, who was scheduled to start this race from the pole. The last time we had a top 20 invert, Preece also was in the pole position, but today he will have to drop to the rear due to an engine change. Well, that's a good sign. Drivers getting buckled in, back in their cars, and ready to go at Kokomo, Pocono, you know, that tri-corner track in Pennsylvania. One of the questions in today's Fox Bet Super 6 game is, which car manufacturer goes to victory lane? Odds provided by Fox Bet Sportsbook, favoring Toyota over Ford and Chevrolet in that order. Kevin Harvick settling in, a winner yesterday.
Well, it's an interesting bet today, Mike, because you've got some Chevrolets up front. They really did not have a good day yesterday at all. Chase Elliott was probably one of the best Chevrolets going to be starting in the back. But the Fords, so many of the Fords showed speed. And I already talked about Ryan Blaney starting up front. He was a fast, one of those fast Fords. He's going to have some good track position. Kevin Harvick won the race yesterday. And then, I think Denny Hamlin, I just think that Denny was so fast yesterday. I think even in this field, I think he's got, in my opinion, the best shot to win this race today.
Well, he's scheduled to start 19th, but because of drivers that will have to drop in the back, each lane moves up. So Preece has to go to the back. Ryan Blaney, who's scheduled to start 9th, when they wave the green flag, he'll be 5th. And Blaney will also move up and 2 rows.
Yeah, Denny's going to start 15th.
Right.
So that's already helping out their cause.
If I was running Fox Bet, and I'm not, will there be a caution on lap 1? This is the 3rd race of the day, and both the truck race and the Xfinity race had a caution on the very first lap. And in both races, at one point in the race, the leader crashed. Christian Eckes in the truck race, Chase Briscoe in the Xfinity race. Briscoe came back to win it.
And I think there's a good chance of that happening in this race because of how many cars had to go to backup cars or had to make changes and go to the back. They are going to be splitting some slower cars and having a lot of speed themselves. They're trying to figure out how to make those positions up as quickly as possible in the opening laps, which that could easily cause a crash.
So yesterday we had 6 cautions in the Cup race. 9 has been the not so magic number in both races today, and we've talked about turn 1 and the difficulty of it. It's been a tough spot already today.
A lot of this is on the exit of turn 1. We talked about not having a failure going into turn 1, but what about just the hard racing and the lack of grip and some of the bump drafting that happens off of turn 1? That's what's caused some of these issues. It's Justin Allgaier getting loose. How about Harrison Burton? Him getting sideways, heavy contact into the inside wall.
And the hits kept coming. In fact, there was such an oil down at the exit of turn number 1. They ran through it with Speedy Dry, I think 3 times and blew it off. That this is what's happened since the Xfinity race this afternoon, washing it down to get rid of any remaining oil or fuel residue. That's all dry now, and it has not rained here at Pocono. This delay is for lightning in the area, and I believe we're coming close to the end, and the engines are being fired.
Steer wheels going on. Gloves. Kurt Busch. Kevin Harvick's ready to go. So is Ryan Preece.
Engines warm here for a minute before they lead them off toward turn 1.
Unique steering wheel there, Kurt Busch. A big supporter of the military, showing his support. Boy, that last little tug on that steering wheel, Mike, is so critical, so important. The belt. I've had my belts come loose at this track before when I was filling in for Dale Earnhardt Jr. One of the scariest things I ever had to go through. And we've seen steering wheels come off and how devastating that can be to your day. And so all those little final checks as these guys are sitting in the seat and getting ready to roll off pit road.
Let's check with Larry Mack for a closer look at today's setups with the Ford Performance Car.
Well, Mike, the drinking word yesterday was strategy. The drinking word today will be strategy. And honestly, I think with those 10 additional laps that Jeff talked about, that ramps up strategy. Now, several times yesterday, crew chiefs told the driver, if your engine sputters, throw the switch. So what I want to do is use our Fox Ford cutaway car to show you what that switch actually does. What it is, we're going to go to the fuel cell in the trunk of the race car. It holds about 19 gallons of fuel right there. Now, in the right rear corner is a little reservoir, and depending on what fuel cell you're looking at, it can hold maybe up to 3/4 to a gallon of fuel. Now, these are one-way trap doors. The fuel runs in those doors and traps it, and what they mean by throw the switch, there's an electric pump, a secondary electric pump in that reservoir, and they know exactly with the amount of fuel that's in there how far they can go before they have to come to pit road. So with that said, let's take a look at our race analysis. We're going to go 140 laps, 350 miles. The stages are 30, 55, and 55. Pit road speed is 55 miles per hour. Pay close attention to this one. The fuel window, 40 to 44 laps. And Mike, guess what? No competition caution today.
Yay!
That's good news.
I don't think they need to run down pit road and get their pit road speed today either.
No, not going to do that, since they did yesterday. So we finish up the 8th weather delay of the season, 7 since we returned to action at Darlington. A little blue sky up there. Hope that widens out.
Get a little heat in those tires, scuff them off as you're riding on board here with Kurt Busch. Clean out that engine. Always gives you a little bit of a sense of the grip level in the tires and the track too under these conditions when you can jump in the gas there, Mike.
So here are today's Ford Performance Track Facts. Ford has now won 8 of 14 races this season, the most by any manufacturer. Let's get down to pit road for late-breaking stories. Here's Jamie Little.
Hey there, Mike. Yes, you know, Kevin Harvick may have won the race yesterday, but that didn't tell the full story about his car. His car was not good. It did not handle well in traffic. He actually slipped back to mid-pack at one point, but thanks to the adjustments and his incredible pit crew yesterday, he was able to win the race. Now, his crew chief, Rodney Childers, told me they made a lot of adjustments. Last night, they were here until 11 p.m. This morning, they were back here at 7 a.m. Their main focus, get that car handling well with other cars around him, because that is where he's starting this race today.
Thanks, Jamie.
And I find that very interesting because they won the race with that race car. It showed some very good speed when it was in clean air, even though he struggled in traffic. But I heard other teams say, listen, we saw some teams out there that were trimmed out and they were able to find speed and passes down the straightaway. We need to trim our cars out more because even though maybe it drove good in traffic, they couldn't make up any of those positions. They were trying, you know, you get opportunities, you get that position, but you couldn't complete the pass.
So 5 teams had to go to a backup car and will start in the back. We listened in on Alex Bowman's team here.
Hey guys, we had a good car yesterday. I think we have a better one today. The final stage has been hurting us. We got to go out there, execute, finish strong. Been pretty fun to watch. Last third, not so much. So let's go out there, finish strong. That's what we're gonna have to do.
Alex Bowman got together with Brad Keselowski, and that forced him to a backup car along with Joey Logano, Eric Jones, and Tyler Reddick.
Never really did find out what happened with the left front on Joey Logano's car yesterday, but some drivers experienced some vibrations because they only did 2 tires and they were locking up tires getting into the pit road.
So here we are at turn 2 on the pace lap, called the tunnel turn because the tunnel runs underneath it for access to the infield. The drivers aren't even aware of that tunnel as they pass over it.
Yeah, so you got Long Pond straightaway coming off of turn 1, leading into the tunnel turn. Then the short chute, which was where those cars are at here prior to entering turn 3.
Turn 3, the longest, flattest corner on this circuit, patterned after the Milwaukee Mile. Turn 2, designed after Indianapolis. Interesting that all 3 corners of this track hearken to race tracks that were built more than a century ago. So Kurt Busch moves up to the front row with Preece going to the back for an engine change. That makes Austin Dillon the control car for this start. Pace truck is in. Day 2 of the Pocono doubleheader is underway.
12 here, bumper. Bottom's gonna roll. Just keep tempo for 1. Just you and him keep coming. 12 still with you in line. 12 still in line with you. Just bottom of 2 right here. You and the 1 should be out front here.
That's Andy Houston, Cole Custer's spotter.
Three wide, Matt DiBenedetto coming to the rear bumper of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Here comes Michael McDowell. What about Christopher Bell? What's he going to do? Goes to the rear bumper of his teammate Mark Truex Jr.
2x2 over the tunnel in turn 2. We did see 3 wide there once yesterday, and it took our breath away.
Stenhouse, I think his breath was taken away through the middle of the tunnel turn, losing a spot there to Chris Buescher.
And DiBenedetto takes advantage of the 21.
McDowell really wide.
Yeah, lost several spots.
Truex coming back with a nice push, or maybe his teammate's actually going to take him 4 wide. I keep calling Christopher Bell the teammate, but Toyota driver Christopher Bell almost goes 4 wide with Mark Truex Jr. Both of them able to clear the 47 machine of Stenhouse Jr. Oh, wow, look at this move. Kevin Harvick saw an opportunity, went for it. Didn't almost contact there between Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick. Comes Amarola. Jimmy Johnson also. Big changes to that 48 machine overnight. Try to improve the performance of that car. And
front straightaway, look at Logano. He is in a rush in that yellow Ford that started out back. Second place. Cole Custer trying to hold off Ryan Blaney. We're told that Tyler Reddick has lost his power steering. He also is in a backup car.
Kevin Harvick able to shuffle McDowell another position back. So he goes to 16th position here. Kurt Busch up front by almost a second right now over Ryan Blaney. This is when you're loving this invert, Mike. You're Kurt Busch. You were struggling in traffic all day yesterday. Man, my car's not driving the way I want it. Now you're out front, and it's perfectly handling
Caution
perfectly.
Is out.
Oh, man, not rain.
Raindrops at lap 4. It is more than a mile from one end of the track to the other, so you can easily have a shower down at one end of the racetrack and have it be perfectly dry everywhere else. That is Kevin Harvick's pit sign. I think they might want to put it upside down for a bit here. Jamie, what's up with Tyler Reddick?
Yeah, he was just telling his team exactly what happened. He said right when he was shifting gears, he just lost power steering. He's saying his water temperature is pegged at about 340 right now. Oil pressure, though, is good. They wanted to bring him down, but then the raindrops started to come, and they told him to stay out. So they'll just have to wait it out and see if they can fix it before this thing gets going again.
Well, sounds like he threw the belt on the front of the engine.
That's exactly what that sounds like, Mike. See if we can see anything come. Yeah. Oh, there's got some smoke also out the right side.
Yeah.
Several issues here with the 8 car. And
well, we're 4 laps in, and B.J. McLeod gets the free pass. Raindrops at Pocono put us under the caution flag. A little bit of rain here at Pocono. This is the home of Pocono Organics. They sponsored yesterday's race. An outgrowth of the Mattioli family's interest in this area. And they have been feeding our crews and a lot of folks in the garage area this weekend with organically grown produce. Kurt Busch has done something that no Chevrolet Cup driver has done this weekend. Led the race. He's been out in front for all 5 laps today. No bow tie. Had the front spot for even a single lap yesterday.
yeah, those Chevrolets definitely had a rough day. Started with Chase Elliott, who was up in the top 5 but had an issue with his transmission.
NASCAR is going to bring them down pit road this time as the rain intensifies down at one end of the racetrack. And they're working hard on the 8 car of Tyler Reddick. with a power steering issue. Coming Friday, an all-new SmackDown on Fox. Each and every week, you can catch all the superstars and all the action in all new episodes. That's right, Friday Night SmackDown. It's only on Fox.
Mike, we've been getting smacked down by weather this year.
I know. Yep. Mother Nature has a championship belt, I think.
Undefeated.
So the yellow flag is displayed. Drivers are going to stay in the cars here. So as they come to a halt on pit road, we'll take a quick break. 6 laps complete at Pocono. Hey, there's Tricky. Tricky the Fox is the mascot of Pocono Raceway. This must be one of his cousins. Lives on the property in the infield. We've seen a lot of foxes this year.
Why?
What are you laughing at? The four-legged kind, right?
Yeah, but no, Darlington. Wasn't there a fox at Darlington?
That's right. All right, who you got on the horn?
Well, let's talk to the guys leading the field right now, Kurt Busch. Hey, Kurt, this is Jeff and Mike in the Fox studio. You got us?
Yeah, I got you guys. Go ahead.
Well, man, I'm sorry that you're sitting there on pit road because that thing was looking good out front. You know, what a difference this invert has made. You're up front in clean air. What could you tell in just those few laps when you're out front?
Yeah, it's amazing what track position will do. And Matt McCall and my guys tuned her up overnight, though. We learned from some of our field handling things yesterday, and so right now everything's good. And man, it's the weather. You can't beat Mother Nature right now.
No, Mother Nature seems to be winning. We were just talking about that. But, you know, during these rain delays and you're sitting there and you get going and then you get this red flag. I mean, what goes through your mind? What are you thinking about? What are you guys talking on the radio about any kind of a plan or how this maybe changes any strategy for you?
It's all a little too soon to see how it's going to change the strategy. Just got to focus on getting another good restart. Cole Custer pushed us really nice to get the lead, and it's our job now, my job, to protect it with the Monster Energy Chevy. We'll see how things play out. You know, we made adjustments overnight to help our car stay more balanced on the run from the beginning to the end. And more importantly, we just got to stay on this track position. That's the biggest thing you can see.
I'm curious, you know, this is the first time we've ever done a back-to-back race like this doubleheader. This was planned from last year for Pocono. Now you're in it. Now you're experiencing it. What are you and the other drivers saying about it? Do you like this format?
Yeah, I think it's fun. It's exciting. It's something different. The races are a little shorter, and the intensity seems to be ramped up because there's the stage points. And here we are, we've traveled to a track, and there's basically double the points available on this race weekend. But it's tough for our race fans not being here. The Poconos really puts on a good party, and I know that they're going to light it up next year. But we'll see. We just got to, we'll see how the schedule plays out next year.
All right, well, let's hope this rain gets out of here and you guys get going green again. And that number 1 car is up front looking good right now, and hopefully it'll stay there. Thanks for talking to us.
10-4. Thank you, guys.
Kurt Busch, who's led all 6 laps so far today, the first Chevy to lead this weekend. Ryan Blaney picked up a memorable win last week in Talladega. All the shuffling, all the back and forth, and the crashing behind him.
And then this power move by Kevin Harvick. Ryan Blaney goes in front, but it wasn't over there yet. He had to block Eric Jones and several others coming to that finish line.
And Eric Almirola, who rolled across the line backwards, jumped into the top 12 in points, and that got him the draw on winning the pole. But Ryan Blaney was the one to celebrate at Talladega.
Let's dial him up. Hey, Ryan Blaney, this is Jeff and Mike here in the Fox studios. You got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, man, I hate we're sitting on pit road, but you're looking good. You're in that second spot, coming off that incredible win last week. Tell us about what your week's been like first, and then we'll talk about Pocono.
It's pretty normal for us here lately, unfortunately. Mother Nature. But no, the week was obviously good. You know, just enjoying it. You know, it's always nice to get the first one of the year anyway. You gotta, you know, really appreciate it. It's good to get one, you know, with Todd Gordon and this whole new team I got. So, but yeah, just, you know, I thought our car yesterday was pretty decent. You know, we just lost a little bit of track position. Couldn't really get it back. But nice to get a decent start here. Get up to second. You know, hopefully we get back going here pretty soon and see what we got here for later in the race.
And yeah, you mentioned, you know, your first win of the season. Well, your first win in your career came here at Pocono 2017. So this place must feel special to you. You must love coming back to this track or feel something that just clicks here.
Yeah, I definitely do. You know, you never forget the places where you win your first, you know, time, whether it's in the Cup Series, Xfinity Truck, late model, quarter midget. You never forget those places. And, you know, being able to do that, you know, a few years ago for the Wood Brothers was definitely a really special day. My first win, Wood Brothers 99th win. That's just cool to be a part of the group of drivers to win for the Wood Brothers. That's definitely something I'll never forget. And so, yeah, it definitely is a really special place for me to come back to.
Now, Ron, you come from a racing family heritage, and your dad, who I had the pleasure to race sprint cars with and in NASCAR, at age 57 won a sprint car race at Sharon Speedway last night. How special was that for you and your family?
Yeah, that was cool to get a text, you know, not too long after our race got over yesterday that Dad won. That's his first race he ran this year. He's only going to do, you know, 10 or 15 sprint car races this year, mostly around, you know, Sharon Speedway, where he usually goes, and he owns part of that track. So that was really cool to see. The old man still got it. And he could whip my butt if I jumped in a sprint car and we went head-to-head. He could do that nowadays. So it's still cool to watch him still race. It's awesome that he just has a love for racing, you know, especially sprint cars, whether it's, you know, tinkering on them, building them, making unique parts for them. It's been really cool to be a part of that. He's got a shop over there in Salisbury, so he prides himself in that stuff a lot. He's a heck of a mind and is always thinking of something new. So just awesome to see that. Shame I couldn't be there, but hopefully I'll be able to make it up there one day here soon when he races, and I can watch him. Hopefully he can get another win.
Well, I can attest to get my butt kicked by your dad in a sprint car many a times. He is an incredible race car driver. Hey, thanks for talking to us. You're looking good. I thought you were very fast yesterday. Strategy, if it goes right for you today, I think you guys have an excellent shot at winning when we get back going. So have a great day.
Thank you, Jeff.
Well, let's go back to that first win of Ryan Blaney's Cup career, driving for the Wood Brothers, making the pass there on Kyle Busch with Kevin Harvick looking on. Oh, he's got a handful of steering wheel there as he comes off the corner to the checkered flag. His granddad, Lou Blaney, was a great racer. His father, Dave, was World of Outlaws champion and had a good career with Bill Davis racing in Cup. His uncle, Dale Blaney, great sprint car racer. Sure runs in the family.
And he did not luck into that first win either. You saw he was having to race against some of the best, Kyle Busch, as well as finishing ahead of the man who finished first in this race yesterday, Kevin Harvick.
Eric Almirola took 4 tires on that last stop because he needed more fuel, had time to do it. And that proved much of the difference as Kevin Harvick in the last few laps drove his Mustang away from the 11.
I think we ought to dial Kevin up. Hey, Kevin Harvick, Jeff and Mike here in the Fox studios. You got us?
Yes, sir.
Well, man, impressive win yesterday. You know, to see you guys maybe not have the car you wanted early on in traffic, but be able to work on it, strategize, and get yourself in that position, it was just incredible to watch. So tell us, kind of maybe walk us through a little bit what it was like from your seat.
Well, those days are fun, Jeff, as you know, just because of the accomplishments that you make at the end of the day. You know, turning your day around, and everybody did a great job, but we were just really loose to start the race yesterday. And, you know, they started to go to work on the chassis, and then once we got our car right, we had to get our track position back and made some great strategy calls. And then, you know, from that point, we were able to race up in the front. So it's a fun day for our Head for the Mountains Bush Beer Ford Mustang, and hopefully today's no different.
And Kevin, you know, you're at this point in your career. You're so competitive, winning races. You got a championship, you're under your belt, and you just won your 52nd win. That's 12th all time. I think you're 2 behind Lee Petty. I mean, put that in perspective. When you started, and I was there that day when you first got behind that number 3 machine, and then went to win at Atlanta. Would you have ever dreamed that you'd be sitting here today with 52 wins and more to come?
No, you know, I think, you know, it's hard to really think about those things. I'm just, you know, for me, it's one of those situations where you just kind of go week to week, and you almost don't even.
I think we may have lost Kevin's antennas. They're putting that rain cover over the car. So unfortunately, man, I was really looking forward to hearing some of those thoughts. But there you go. There's that cover because of the rain, and there went that antenna.
And there went the interview. Sorry, Kevin.
Rain ruins more than just racing. Ruins a great interview.
Yep, what was a brief shower is now a bit of a downpour. Some drivers are hopping out, and the umbrellas are coming out. So hopefully we'll be able to grab some interviews as we are now under a rain delay in Pocono. Who'd have thunk it? Maybe it is Groundhog Day. Welcome back to Pocono. We're in a rain delay here. First it was lightning, now it is showers. But we can talk to drivers while we're waiting for half the track to dry.
Not in their car. Now they're out of their car. Now right. We can talk.
Now we can. Jamie.
Now I can help you out, Jeff. I can actually work down here. Drivers are climbing from their cars. Cole Custer just got out, and Cole, you're lined up third right now. When you come back to Pocono, though, you have good memories. Last year you won the Xfinity race. Any of that experience kind of translate to racing here in a Cup car?
It doesn't, I guess. You know, it's still the same 3 corners, but the way you get around them is completely different. So the first race was a lot of trying to learn how you're going to, you know, go about it a little bit different, how you're going to work the traffic different. But we got some clean air now with our HaasTooling.com Mustang, so hopefully we can keep it because it's pretty nice.
Absolutely. You're one of the rookies we talk about. It is a stacked rookie field this year. How would you assess where you guys are now at this point?
For us, I mean, it's been a lot of learning, to be honest. I mean, I think these cars are, especially on the 550 package, so much different than what the Xfinity cars were. It's just been a lot of trying to figure out what they want to do in traffic and how you want to kind of work things. So I think we're getting closer and closer, and hopefully we can just stay out front here and see what we got at the end of the race.
How much different does it feel running up here, third in line versus mid-pack?
It's unbelievable, honestly. I mean, running back there is 10 times harder than running up here. So hopefully we can stay up here. But it's just the dirty air is so bad. You got to figure out ways to try and keep momentum up.
All right, Cole Custer, third right now, guys.
It is a stacked rookie class. In fact, another rookie, John Hunter Nemechek, combined with Michael McDowell over the last 2 weeks to give Front Row Motorsports their first ever consecutive top 10 finishes. Nemechek at Talladega and McDowell yesterday here at Pocono, finishing 8th. We had a driver make his Cup Series debut yesterday, and for Spire Motorsports, James Davison, the Australian open wheel racer, came and ran here at Pocono yesterday, and he's in the 77 again today.
I don't know if this is the track I would want to make my debut.
Well, he wanted to debut at Talladega, Jeff, and NASCAR had approved him to run at all tracks, but then with no practice and no qualifying, they decided to withdraw that approval. So he begins his first Cup start is here at Pocono.
Behind him, you can't pass me up.
Drivers
so we all come to the start-finish line
getting together. Yeah, solving the world's problems, Mike.
Quite possibly.
It was meetings like this that gave me ulcers.
That's when they leave here, right, Larry, and they come up onto the box and start talking.
The setup they're concocting right there.
Like, hey, I really think we need a little more right rear spring.
All right, now here's a little Pocono trivia for you. Garrett Smithley, driving the 53 in today's race, is the first Pennsylvania-born driver to start a race at Pocono since 2009. Who was the last one?
2009, Pennsylvania home. I mean, Jimmy Spencer, but that
good
would have been
guess.
2009.
The late John Andretti.
Oh,
yeah.
That's right.
How about
Absolutely.
that? Jamie?
And Matt Kenseth was part of that group chit-chatting. It looked like Kyle was leading the force there. What are you boys discussing?
I can't tell you that. So
Top secret.
It's always, Denny, as everybody knows, is a very hard person to read. So it's always been one of my goals ever since I started racing with him and being on his team is to try to make him smile. So I was actually telling a joke about Kyle to make Denny laugh.
And Kyle's big brother, Kurt. Look at this. An umbrella boy.
Yeah. It's a teammate right there. It's the only one that would have ever held an umbrella for me.
That's pretty nice. So you guys obviously hitting it off so far, so good together. What do you think, Kurt? What do you think of this guy?
As long as Matt stays behind me, we got everything under control. No, things are good. It's been fun to reconnect on old stories. It's like we haven't missed a beat.
And Matt, how much of a help has it been for you, who's been away, to jump in and have a veteran, a champion like Kurt, to kind of ask and bounce questions off of?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a help to have good teammates, and I've had a lot of good ones through the years for sure. And Kurt is right up there. It's been extra challenging without practice because it's really hard to like compare notes and compare things we did and felt and that type of thing. Just being in a race situation all the time, so that's made it challenging, but it's nice to have Kurt to debrief with. Spent a lot of time last night talking about the race and what we're going to, hope to try to improve on today. So hopefully we can get racing again here and see what we got.
It's good to see you, Matt.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Glad you guys are getting along all right, too.
I just gotta love that dry sense of humor Matt Kenseth brings to the sport. It's great to have him back right now.
Yeah, he's a marathoner, been running races around the world. So the rain has picked up down in turn number 1, so we're going to step away. While we were away from racing, Lindsay Zarniak caught up with drivers while they were in quarantine. Here is her interviews with Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin.
Hey there, welcome to the show. I'm Lindsay Zarniak, and this is a special edition of NASCAR Race Hub. I am super excited to be able to share these conversations with you. Today on the show, I talked to Joe Gibbs drivers Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch, and we begin with the reigning series champ, Kyle Busch. Thank you so much for joining me. Where are you right now?
I'm in the basement of my house here, which is my video game room. It's almost like a mini arcade, if you will. I got a few games around here, but the newest, latest, greatest edition, the most expensive edition, is right here with the iRacing sim rig, I guess, that everybody's getting into. I haven't had one since ever, and now all of a sudden it's pretty much my time consumption of off time here.
Real quick before you move on, the downtime that you just mentioned, what has that been like for you? And I do want to check in with you first and just find out how you and the family are doing with everything that's going on and trying to find a new normal and a new routine.
Yeah, it's certainly difficult. It's certainly different as well, too, of just being able to kind of figure out some things to do. A lot of people always talk about being on the road. You want to be home. You want to kind of figure out something to do. And it's been all over the place, really, So getting outside and being with Brexton, having some family time with him, and, of course, Samantha, and just being able to have that relationship that we all enjoy to be able to have and spend time with one another, whether it's going outside and going to the pool or fishing, playing on a swing set, or going out riding a bike and things like that. It's been really fun.
Samantha, it's so good to see you also. I was thinking about it because the last time that I ran into both of you together was at the NASCAR Hall of Fame induction, right? So how have you been with all this?
I mean, it's crazy how much we used to take for granted going out, right? Going to eat or going to the movies or going to events. But I mean, it hasn't been terrible. We always homeschooled. So I think right now for a lot of parents, that's the biggest challenge, is suddenly taking on homeschooling.
What would you say it's been like just being home a lot more, and Samantha, what's it been like having Kyle home a lot more?
It's becoming Groundhog's Day, day in, day out.
Yeah, it is getting that's the hardest part. I mean, we're really lucky. We've got the lake, so we're outside a lot. It's been really nice. In the grand scheme of things, everybody's healthy and we're having fun, so there's nothing to complain about.
This is the most dressed up we've been.
I haven't gotten dressed or put makeup on in 20 days.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been wearing leggings and workout clothes.
I've been wearing workout clothes all day.
All right, are you guys up for playing a little game, a short game here, which is, okay, him or her, right? So I'm going to ask you guys a question, and then you both point to the one that this is about, okay? And then we'll get a little explanation. The one that fits the bill. All right, the person that gets Brexton ready in the morning. Always?
Not always.
Like 90.
She does breakfast a lot, and then when it's like time to change or get him clothes or stuff, sometimes I'll do it. Sometimes I make him look pretty fly. Other times I make him look really awkward.
Who's on their phone more?
No.
Oh yeah.
No.
24/7 over
He
here.
lives on Twitter. It's him.
I don't live on Twitter.
But I'm in Samantha's defense. She's always working, right? Like you've got a ton of work on your.
Wait, now not only do we iRace constantly, but we watch videos of other people iRacing.
Really? Why?
Why? Thank you.
Because I sponsor someone, so I'm watching him and seeing what's going on.
Okay, well, fair enough. Who is better at loading the dishwasher?
Oh yeah.
We love to see the insight.
I'm not better at loading.
Okay, but when you take Brexton's like cup toppers and every time they're the wrong way and they're filled with
That's
water?
not true. No, I know how to put them in.
Okay, maybe I'll give it to him because he is a little OCD.
Thank you. Next.
All right, who is the good cop with Brexton?
Ooh.
The good cop with Brexton? Well, whenever he's like in trouble or does something wrong, or even if he doesn't do something wrong, like he's a mama's boy. He always goes to mom.
True.
So he's.
But I do discipline him too. So I think we're both. If he's really upset, he always comes to me, and I am the one to cave quicker. But I do still discipline him too.
Well, this is funny because her and I are looking at each other, and we know that he's doing something wrong. So it's time to punish him. So then I say something, and it's in a mean tone, and then he goes and runs to mom, and then mom's like, "It's okay, it's okay," and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Like, no.
That's exactly what we do.
Like you gotta let it sit in for like 2 minutes.
It's the worst. Well, it's certainly easy to see how busy these two keep themselves. Coming up, we're going to hear how homeschooling is going at the Bush home. Trust me, you don't want to miss this. Welcome back to NASCAR Race Hub. I can tell you as the parent of 2 small kids, my hat is off now to anybody who has mastered homeschooling, and that includes the Bush family. Kyle and Samantha's son Brexton is used to homeschooling. He could not wait to show us his schoolroom, butterflies and all. Okay, so we have someone new joining us now. You guys have entered Brexton into the mix. Brexton, how are you? Good? Are you enjoying yourself? What are you doing there?
Can you tell us what room you're in? What's this room called?
The school.
The schoolroom, or your clubhouse, right?
Yeah.
That is amazing. We might need you guys to give us a tour of that room. That's amazing. I see a lot of ideas I'd love to copy. So we know, as we talked about, that homeschooling obviously isn't new to you guys, but you know, you have a lot that you can show, right? So what is something that you feel like could help parents out there in terms of ideas while they're new to this?
Well, one thing that's really helped us is the word wall back here. So we're working on sight words, and we do a few every week. And then when he masters them, they go up on the word wall. And so he goes through that, and that's pretty fun. Do you want to show him your words this week? Hey, what's this one?
Into.
Into. What's this one?
New.
New. What's your last one for this week?
Now.
That's pretty good, man.
So
Right
we
on.
have all these, and then at the end of the week, he'll go and he'll put them up under where it is. And you've got your little pointer, and we go through them at the start of every day.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
So we have different areas. We have kind of like his normal school area. We have an art area.
And I have butterflies.
We have a butterfly.
You have
exhibit area.
butterflies?
We'll show that next. Here. And you show he made a spine
What's
to the
this here?
vertebrae.
Spinal cord.
So we
Yeah.
have a little bit of everything. He does different stations, and then all of his classes right now, like karate and gym class and all that, have moved online. So he has a full schedule, even though we're quarantined at home.
How do you do that? Are you guys the ones that are navigating him through it?
Some of it, yeah, and then we have help, so it's been really good. It hasn't been too challenging for him. The biggest thing is he misses all of his friends.
Yeah.
So it's hard. You know, he's only almost 5, so explaining to him why he can't see his friends is hard.
Yeah. I feel like it's, you know, it's something everybody's dealing with, but then I feel like there are moments where it hits home more. Like we went to put a thank you note in one of my son's friends' mailboxes. My son's 6, and he saw his friend and they just waved at each other from like really far away, and they still don't quite understand, you know? Oh my gosh, those are your butterflies? My kids are jumping in here so they can see. Look, say hi to Brexton. This is Kyle Busch and Samantha's son.
That's Brexton. Show them the caterpillar.
Look what they're learning about their butterfly stages.
Where's your other butterfly? Oh, my butterfly. That's right. Show. A cocoon.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then?
Do you want to go show him, get a toy and show him something?
I want to show him something.
Go get a toy.
A butterfly.
That's so beautiful. Do you like to see butterflies outside too?
Yeah, sometimes, guess what? There was a butterfly, and guess what? I thought it was a butterfly, but it was a bumblebee.
Oh, no.
Better stay away from the bees, huh, Brex?
Yeah. Is there anything else you know?
Brexton, can you tell my kids the joke that you had?
But I look.
Yeah.
Why did the cookie go to the doctor? I don't know.
Why did the cookie go to the doctor?
I didn't know.
Why?
Because he felt crummy.
Because he felt crummy. Do you have one? Do you want to share one?
Why was 6 afraid of 7? I don't know. Because 7, 8, 9.
Oh.
It's a classic. Brexton, thank you so much for joining us. I'm so glad we got to talk to you. Stay safe, okay? Del, can you say bye? You guys are great. All right.
Bye-bye.
Seriously, we look forward to seeing you very soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Kyle, Samantha, and Brexton Busch. I realize we ended that in the middle of a play date, but that's kind of how play dates are these days. By the way, I want to say a huge thank you to all of the teachers out there. We knew how valuable you were before, but we appreciate and salute you. Coming up next, Denny Hamlin joins me to talk about what he's been up to since the NASCAR racing world has been put on hold. Welcome back to NASCAR Race Hub. So you probably feel like you're still seeing a lot of Denny Hamlin. I wanted to check in with him, though, away from the rig. I wanted to see how homeschooling is really going for him, and what he told me really opened my eyes. Denny Hamlin, it's so great to talk to you. It's great and odd to see you this way, right, at your home. Where are you exactly right now?
I'm out on the pool deck trying to enjoy a nice day here in North Carolina.
I'm coming to you from my office, and I hope you don't mind, but I figured if anybody appreciated this wallpaper, it was you, because I know how bold, you love bold.
I like bold. I mean, I like your style there. I'm definitely a person that's into interior design. I've designed the interior of my house, my bus, and everything, so I can appreciate that. The print is solid.
Thank you. Thank you. It goes actually the whole way up to the ceiling real quick. See? So it covers it. Wait, so the pool deck, is that part of your design where you are now? Can you show us a little bit?
I kind of designed my house kind of after, I've been to so many hotels through the course of my career, and we travel everywhere, that I designed little parts and rooms from different hotels that I've been to. So this pool actually came from an idea from a Four Seasons hotel that I was at.
Do you have family that's with you now, or anybody?
Yeah, my sister, she comes and has been hanging out quite a bit. And so, yeah, just really the kids, we, kind of got a good schedule going with them. So it's been good to have them around, and really being I saw Jimmy Johnson actually tweeting, I think it was yesterday, about, he's now a teacher.
Yeah.
And I was like, so I'm sitting here and I'm going through all these math problems thinking, oh my goodness, like, I don't know this. She's in first grade, and I'm like, I'm on Google right beside her trying to figure out the answers to these questions that she has to answer. So difficult to say the least, but definitely is. It's a lot of fun spending, a couple hours really out there and, helping her learn, and me essentially going back to school.
So with the homeschooling, Taylor's 7, right? And Molly is almost
2.5. So Molly is at the perfect age right now. She's just awesome. I swear I would have 10 if they were all like her. But Taylor, a little bit more of a handful. She's got so much energy, and it's funny that she has so much energy because I talk to like my brothers and sisters, and I'm like, gosh, can you believe how like bouncing off the wall she is? They're like, Denny, that is nothing. You were way worse than that. So people know me now as kind of a quiet, a little more introverted person, but they said I was just like her, if not worse. So
See, it's payback, man.
I know I have it coming, but it's been a huge learning experience for me to have to essentially be her teacher during the day. And I'm learning too, to be honest with you. You ought to see me text messaging the teacher, like, okay, so where do I need to go for this? And like, where do I find the answer for that? Like, just to proofread, make sure it's all right. And she's like, listen, let her do it. Let her do the work. You send it to me, and then I'll correct whatever's wrong. So
okay, well, that's actually great advice.
She definitely didn't want us to be as hands-on as what we feel like we should be.
That's great advice, actually, for anybody watching this, because my kids are 6 and 3, so super close to your situation. And I think the toughest part is weeding through all the stuff they send you. And then, like, what you're just saying, where do you go to get this lesson plan? And then it's so stressful. I finally got sick of it, and we created jokes. So now we do like 3 jokes in the morning, and that at least sets a healthy tone.
I like that.
Thank you. What specifically have you come up with? Are there any creative things on your own that you've worked with for the girls?
I noticed that when we wake up and turn on music, it's a happier day. Everyone's happier. So first thing we do is we get up and we turn on music. So let them get some energy out, get to singing. They love singing and dancing. So luckily there's no cameras out there, but I'm in the middle of the kitchen singing and dancing with them. So
wait, what songs do you play?
Disney radio. So that or Kids Bop.
Okay. Any favorite they have, or?
I mean, the hit right now, the youngest one really likes the Aladdin soundtrack the best, and Taylor likes Frozen 2 soundtrack the best, right?
Frozen 2, yeah, that's where we are too. What have you learned from your daughters? Has there been anything that they have taught you that you didn't realize either about yourself?
Patience. See, the only thing I can take is patience, because that, and I did some really good reading last year about just kind of self-awareness and everything, and I got to thinking about when they come to you and they say, I need you, like, you wouldn't, my iPad won't turn on, or I can't get this thing off the shelf, I can't, I'm like, it's not a big deal, just calm down, it's not a big deal. And I realized that, like, it's a big deal to them. Like, even though in your world, when you think about the grand scheme of things, like what they want or what they might be festering you with is like not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. It's actually it's a big thing in their world right now. So put down the phone and like give them that undivided attention and give them the attention they need, and they'll definitely reward you for it.
That's pretty cool perspective from Denny Hamlin. I really enjoyed seeing how these NASCAR drivers have adapted and also grown during all of this time at home. Coming up, we're going to be introduced to Denny's man cave, and trust me when I say it is epic. Welcome back to NASCAR Race Hub. So by now we know that Denny Hamlin is a regular on the iRacing Pro Invitational circuit. He's so into it, but he may have less iRacing experience than you think. All right, I appreciate you, Denny, going inside, because I know I'm intrigued by what you've got around you right now. Can you give us a spin in that room?
Yeah, so this is my favorite room. This is just kind of my media room. This is my hangout room with the.
It's your man cave.
Yeah. This is where we do our basketball draft, and we just kind of kick it. So you can kind of see like the bar area there. We've got the pool table, spin around the card table.
Nice.
And this is my favorite, the golf simulator. I try to use that as much as I can. And in the corner there, we got the racing simulator.
Can you show us your rig?
Yeah. This is so people make a lot about my rig, and they think it's all fancy and whatnot. By the way, this is a modest rig to some other guys that I know that have some nice ones. But so I'm trying to see what you can see here. But So mine is full motion. So you can see the shocks in here where like when it, kind of twists sideways, like it moves.
Okay.
But I enjoyed it. But I've got like kind of just a Momo racing seat here. I've got all these buttons that are preset.
Wow.
I can adjust my brake bias. I can turn my spotter up and down. The radio button, my push to talk. This is how I talk, is through the microphone, the headset. So I have my spotter here. And so we have spotters just like you would have a spotter in your ear. Like I don't rely on the computer spotter. So I have Keegan was kind of my driver coach through the first week. I had him basically talking in my ear saying, go high, on the final lap, he's like, go low. And I'm like, oh, I think I should go high. And so it all worked out. But, you can see like the pedals are like as real as it gets.
Well, so do you wear something on your feet?
I don't. I like to go barefoot. I, in my opinion, feel like shoes is nothing more than a transmission. So an engine, the quickest way to get power to your rear wheels is for the engine to send the power straight to the rear wheels and not go through transmission. I think shoes are a transmission. It's just a way for you to get your mind, when your mind says push the foot down, it's just something that is a gap between you and the pedal. So I like to feel the pedal, and when I want to have reaction and go, I want it to happen right away.
Would you like to do that in your race car?
Absolutely. If it wasn't so hot, I would for sure race barefoot.
I've got someone here, a special guest. Del, psst, come over here, because I'm homeschooling as well. So my son is 6, and I told you the homeschooling thing we've been doing is telling jokes. So he's, by the way, an iRacing fan, but he wanted to tell you a joke to see if you might want to use this on your kids.
Why was 6 afraid of 7?
Because it was one less?
No, because 7, 8, 9.
Oh, I get it.
It's a good one. You got to try him. But seriously, I was thinking about the fact that kids that like iRacing, or anybody from any age, they're also getting exposed to this now, like you mentioned, right? So what does that say to you? So
when they had the big media day, in the middle of winter, I remember there was a bunch to do about, oh my gosh, I can't believe iRacing's having a media day. And I saw a bunch of those kids, tweeting that they were in one of the kids' living room, right? They're all, buried on this guy's couch, and he's in his apartment. I'm like, hey guys, y'all want to come over and like hang out? And it was great to get to know them and hear their story. And what they said was that, look, my family, we can't afford to go out and buy a race car or buy a go-kart and keep up with it. And, it takes real money to be a race car driver. But this gives us an avenue to be a race car driver. And maybe one day we turn into a William Byron. Not only that, but I also, one kid had a great story. He says, look, I never was into racing, period. Now I watch racing every Sunday on TV because I'm an iRacer. So I'm interested to see what happens in the real world. So it has opened eyes, I think, to younger generation that had not been exposed to NASCAR in the real world, to give them this platform to be a NASCAR fan. And that fandom is going to carry over, and they're going to attend these races. They're going to aspire to be crew chiefs or mechanics or race car drivers. And I think it's going to be a great pipeline for our sport.
It's really cool to see how Denny Hamlin and the other NASCAR drivers are really making the most of their time at home. I'm going to keep doing the same thing and taking this opportunity to give you a behind-the-scenes look, to show you the candid view, things you didn't know before about your favorite drivers. I'm Lindsay Zarniak. Thanks for watching.
Now there's a good sign at Pocono Raceway, a beautiful rainbow. And I think the pot of gold at the end of that one is right at the tunnel entrance gate. Drivers have been called back to their cars. We have completed 6 laps. Kurt Busch has led them all in his Chip Ganassi Chevrolet. Ryan Blaney in second, Cole Custer third, Chris Buescher fourth in Fords. Then Austin Dillon Chevrolet in 5th. Matt DiBenedetto's Mustang in 6th. And the first Toyotas are Martin Truex Jr. and Christopher Bell, 7th and 8th. Ricky Stenhouse is 9th. There's his Camaro. And Brad Keselowski from 12th on the grid rounds out the top 10.
Nice to hear those engines running, Mike. Back fired up. Hopefully roll off pit road here soon. Get back to racing at Pocono.
Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch. And Clint Boyer's Mustang. And yesterday's winner, Kevin Harvick. And the driver who led the most laps, Eric Almirola.
And not a lot of ground made up by some of these guys that started in the middle of the pack, like Almirola and Harvick. But if you look just behind them, a couple of guys that have made a lot: Chase Elliott, William Byron, Joey Logano, Eric Jones.
Yeah, Chase Elliott has gained 15 positions in, what, 4 green flag laps. So they're going to throw a quickie yellow. First time by will be the pits opening and 1 to go before we go green. So the yellow is displayed. And that means that Tyler Reddick's crew can resume work on his car, which apparently tossed the drive belt for the power steering and the water pump. Or do they run electric pumps now?
No, it's a belt-driven. It's a belt-driven pump. Yeah, and they were able to work on that until absolutely every car had stopped on pit road until the reg was displayed, and they could not go back to work until they pulled the red in and put the yellow. They're a lap down, but I think this was a big break for them, that caution coming.
Oh, absolutely, Larry. A 50-minute and 50-second red flag period for rain at just one end of the speedway. And we've been looking at the weather radar, and these shower formations just north of Wilkes-Barre as they make their way up and over the mountains seem to have dissipated. Look at how that one just completely breaks up before it gets to the speedway.
And that's without any cars running on the track, Mike. So we can't say it's the vortex theory, but at least we've got a rainbow. And unbelievable, we might get a little lucky here. Some of these clouds, you can see little sprinkles still.
Well, Jeff, as I dig into my book of Darrell Waltrip Vortex Theory, the vortex does not work on a 3-cornered racetrack. You need more of a circular flow than we have here. At least so I'm told.
So what you're saying is it actually works?
Heck yeah. We have all this anecdotal evidence to prove it. Don't get me started. How many times has the rain started falling in Victory Lane after the cars shut off?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Right.
Many times.
So if you want to believe, it's kind of like Santa Claus, Jeff. If you want to believe, believe.
Well, I believe we're going to be going racing here again.
6 laps complete, 134 laps to go. Kurt Busch has led them all, and there's the 1 to go sign. So the lights go out atop the Chevy Silverado that paces the field. We still have 38 drivers on the lead lap. Tyler Reddick is 2 laps back, and B.J. McLeod, who had transmission trouble yesterday, got 1 of his 4 laps back. There's the 77 of Davison starting his 2nd NASCAR Cup Series race. James Davison from Australia. Timmy Hill, Davison, Garrett Smithley making stops here to top off at the back of the field. Uh-oh. I just saw the wipers activated on the pace truck.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit. I mean, I'm glad they got these cars out there, but no doubt there is still a little bit of moisture in the air that should get through here pretty quick. But you can see those drivers working back and forth, just trying to not just scrub these tires in, but also check that grip level. It's really hard as a driver inside the car to actually know how wet the racetrack is and how much grip is there without swerving back and forth, stepping on the throttle, try to spin the rear tires. But you can see a little bit of drops on the camera lens there.
But they have not turned the lights back on the safety car. That's a good sign. Lights are off. Here they come. Kurt Busch has elected the outside, and they're going to add a lap.
Yeah, this section that they're entering right now, turn 3, a little bit down that front straightaway. Then you see the wipers come on the truck. That's where this cloud has just crossed over this section of the racetrack.
So we'll take one more caution lap and hope to get back to green. So here's today's right combination, sponsored by Subway. Larry?
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that 10 car. Eric Almirola, his crew chief Michael Bugaravich. Right now, they're running in the 17th position. This is their first season to work together. And when you look at the first 11 races of 2020, their best finish was 7th at Darlington race number 2. Only 3 top 10 finishes. But the last 3 races at Homestead, Talladega, and yesterday, all top 5 finishes, and they now might find themselves 83 points above the playoff cut line.
And Larry, they find themselves in the top 12 in championship points coming in here, which would mean going to Indy next week, they would be in the draw for a top 12 starting spot. And that is an important cutoff right now, 12th place. 16 make the playoffs. But the top 12 draw for the first 12 starting spots when a race weekend begins. Next 12 for 13 to 24, and then 25 to 36.
I got to believe Eric Almirola and that team got to be carrying over confidence from yesterday's performance. I mean, it was very strong, and I really feel like they called that race about as well as you can in the position they were in, right? They had control of the race. They had the clean air, and you know, they just ran it sort of like a road course and went until they needed fuel and tires. Only pitted twice during that entire race, only to be outdone by Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin. You see that windshield right there on Eric Almirola's number 10 Smithfield Ford. Still a few drops there.
So here's one of the questions in today's 5-bet Super 6 game. We all know Denny Hamlin was one of, if not the fastest car, a lot of yesterday's race. Will Denny win a stage today?
I mean, it's going to be tough to win stage 1, Mike, for sure. Where he's starting, track position, you can see those drops coming down. Just trying to get through this one cloud. I believe once that gets through here, if we don't lose this racetrack, we should be in great shape. Hey, the rainbow's still out, but stage 1, I think, is going to be very tough for Denny Hamlin to win. And you know, depending on how the strategy plays out, whether they will win a stage. That's why I think maybe some of those odds are where they're at, because at this track, you don't necessarily need to win stages to win the race.
Right. No new rain on the lens there of Kevin Harvick's roof cam. We're going to try it again. 2 to go this time. So while they take 2 more pace laps and look for the green, we'll take this break from Pocono with 9 laps complete. Rainbow and sunshine over the Long Pond straightaway. Believe it or not, across the street, it is raining over on the solar farm off the short chute. Pay no attention to this shot.
That's not rain, Mike.
Oh, what is it?
That's just a reflection, or I don't know. It's across the street.
That's right. Over here, it's dry, Jeff, and we're on one to go. Don't try to talk me out of it.
The only one that's nervous is Kurt Busch, because he's the one that's got to get there first.
Right. Remember how we talked about sailing off into turn number 1 in uncertain conditions? Here we go. But seriously, folks, the track is dry. Just a couple little drops here and there should not have any effect. Lights are out on the safety truck. So here they come to the Geico restart zone with 10 laps complete. 11th when they cross the stripe. And we should be back under green. Kyle Busch step out of line. Here goes Blaney for the lead.
Well, Kurt Busch enjoyed that clean air, but Ryan Blaney wants to take it away from him. Look at Christopher Bell coming all the way up to third position. Oh, he's going to fall back a little bit. Lost some momentum on that inside lane.
Chris Buescher to third. DiBenedetto to fourth. How about Buescher? This is a track where he's won. He's got his Roush Fenway Mustang in third behind Kurt Busch's Camaro and Ryan Blaney's Ford.
Clean first lap, still fanning out down the front straightaway into turn one. Now you know what kind of grip you have down there.
Austin Dillon against Martin Truex. This is for seventh.
Benedetto going to the inside of Chris Buescher. Kyle Busch pushing Brad Keselowski into the tunnel turn, 3 wide. Whoa, man, almost contact there with Austin Dillon.
Teammates Harvick and Boyer coming on the inside.
Big push to Ryan Newman to bump draft Austin Dillon, try to get by Clint Boyer. Jimmy Johnson to the outside of Denny Hamlin. Here comes Kevin Harvick, showing a lot of strength here again today.
Harvick and Matt Kenseth. 11th to Harvick now.
Austin Dillon trying to capitalize on Matt Kenseth losing a little momentum as Harvick went by. Looks like Kyle Busch a little bit further up, a little wide off of turn 3. That's going to open up the door for Kevin Harvick to get to the inside as he fans out. And makes that pass. Talk about these cars being trimmed out. Look how trimmed out Kevin Harvick's car is to be able to make that clean pass down that front straightaway on Kyle Busch.
Of course, Jeff, one of the big ways to get a car trimmed out that you could changes you could make from last night is get that big old 8-inch rear spoiler, get the back of the car down some, and get it out of the air.
Well, and I was just looking how far down those skirts and those fenders were over the rear tires of the 4 car, so we'll keep an eye on that with other cars. Oh, spin!
Michael McDowell had a great run here yesterday. Finished in the 8th spot, and he has used up the left side of that Mustang.
Mike, he had hit the wall at the end of the front stretch about 2 laps ago. I'm not sure he didn't get in trouble then.
Second caution of the day comes at lap 15.
Well, clearly that car went around in a hurry, made heavy impact to the left side, flattened that left side of the 34 car McDowell.
He was running 21st.
Certainly the left rear tire is down. We'll have to see if the right rear tire is down. Oh yeah, that's a right rear tire that went down probably from that impact or that contact that he made. You see the right side already had some damage. Cut that right side tire down. Doesn't take much with these fenders as flared as they are to get in on the tire and cut that tire down. Man, look at that front end bouncing around. Great shots. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the tire didn't look like it was just flat. I don't know if something broke maybe from the contact, but clearly something over in the right rear.
So this look is from earlier, not from the incident, but several laps prior.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the 9. So the 9 was pushing McDowell and upset that car and got him into the wall.
All right, we listened in on Michael McDowell.
Yeah, that was the 9 that did that. Drove us right to the pit. Yeah, simple.
So exactly what we just showed and described on the front straightaway.
My bad if I got him into the fence there. I wasn't sure if he hit it or not.
There's some early takers on pit road. This is about the same time as that competition caution happened in yesterday's race.
And I would not be a bit surprised to just see 2 tires, but the biggest thing, anytime you can get to pit road and fill that car up with fuel.
2 for Joey Logano and rights only for William Byron. So we'll recap pit stops in a moment as Michael McDowell has crashed hard at Pocono. Getting ready for the restart in Pocono. Kurt Busch again electing the outside on Ryan Blaney. Only the leader has lane choice on the restart. Everybody main position. BJ McLeod gets the free pass. He's now 2 laps down. Tyler Reddick 5 laps back. Michael McDowell looks like headed for the garage after heavy damage. All right, on the restart, we'll listen to the 21.
95 in line. Don't give up your middle. It's going to be 3 middle. 3 middle. 3 middle. 3 middle. 3 middle. Clear high. Clear high. Inside. Still inside the team.
That was Doug Campbell, spotter for Matt DiBenedetto.
And that's not what Matt DiBenedetto wanted to hear. 3 middle means you're stuck in the middle. 3 wide. Ryan Blaney again trying to go after that lead that Kurt Busch is holding on to. Wow, that was close.
Corey LaJoie and Quinn Houff both busted for speeding on pit road during that caution. Restarting out back.
With Kevin Harvick playing with the throttle. They're not able to get the throttle all the way down. Ryan Preece, who started at the back because of an engine change coming up through there. Another driver had an engine change right in front of him. William Byron is. Ryan Preece was 3 wide in the middle going into 1. Losing a lot of spots here as Kevin Harvick now going to the inside of he and Cole Custer. Man, that 4 car is fast right now, Mike.
Yes, he is. Harvick to 5th. Cole Custer surrendering 6th to DiBenedetto, who restarted 4th.
And the opposite of all this is Denny Hamlin, who started alongside Kevin Harvick. He's all the way back in 17th spot.
Hamlin and Boyer for 16th. Watch the yellow number 22 at Joey Logano.
Yeah, running really low. That grass sticks out there before you get to the curbing, Mike, in turn 3. We actually saw in the truck race today where somebody hooked their splitter, the front splitter in that grass, and it turned them straight to the outside wall. 3, look at that.
Yeah, it's put them 3 wide with Newman and Wallace there.
You can hear that RPM picking up as you use the draft all the way down this very, very long front straightaway. Car increasing speed all the way up to about 193 miles per hour in the draft. Chase Elliott going after his teammate Jimmy Johnson after starting to the rear.
14th place. Denny Hamlin right there with them. Jamie?
Well, Mike, yesterday Denny Hamlin drove it to a second-place finish, but he had a severe vibration at the end of the race, and they weren't sure what it is. I talked to Chris Gabehart. He said they had a left front that was significantly out of balance, but it's still a mystery. But today, no vibration. The car is decent, a little loose, and that's been keeping him back there in the pack.
Thanks, Jamie. 2 rookies in the top 10. Christopher Bell picking up right where he left off yesterday in 4th place, and Cole Custer in 7th. We talked about this rookie crop. There's talent there.
You saw Eric Jones coming up to help his teammate Denny Hamlin get ahead of Chase Elliott. A lot of passing going on here early. That's what you get when you invert the field from yesterday. You know there's some cars that have a lot of speed, that have confidence in those setups, that feel like they can come up through the field, and we're seeing exactly that.
Jimmy Johnson, who yesterday struggled to run in the top 20 for much of this race, currently battling for 13th and losing that spot to Matt Kenseth.
You got to be really careful when you try to make those passes get side by side. We saw Jimmy Johnson lose some speed there down the straightaway trying to pass Matt Kenseth. Opens up the door for Denny Hamlin to go to the inside. Well, Denny's car so strong through the center of the corner. We noticed this yesterday, especially through the tunnel turn, and right there you saw it down in turn 1 and 2, or 1.
So we go from lightning and rain to a rainbow and glare from the sun. Bubba Wallace.
I need a piece of tape about an inch and a half wide. Just clear shield. The sun's coming in right at the top of the tour. Hard to see down the left on here.
Yeah, this is late, right? 6:30 p.m. on the East Coast. It's very rare that we race this late into the day at Pocono, so these drivers aren't used to seeing the sun at this angle.
Ryan Blaney tried to take the lead. Funny, Jeff, Chevrolet did not lead a single lap yesterday. They've led every lap today. Kurt Busch.
It's going to be hard to keep this number 12 Penske Ford behind him. That car was fast yesterday, fast here, but Kurt Busch is going to work hard to keep that clean air. 8th place, change of positions. Mark Truex Jr. going by rookie Cole Custer.
Jamie?
And Martin Truex Jr. said that he's freer off in 3 than it ever was yesterday. It's tightened up. He said he hopes it stays with them, but now the last couple of laps he's saying it's getting very tight.
Well, he was another one like Hamlin who had a bad vibration toward the end of yesterday's race. At one point, late, radioing in saying, I don't know if this thing's going to make it. And it did.
How often have we come to Pocono, and those races are usually only about a month apart, and we see a completely different racetrack the second time we come back. Day 1 yesterday to today, more rubber on the track from the Truck Series, Xfinity Series. The track is going to go through a big change here for these teams.
Now, Mike, you mentioned we're closing in on the end of stage 1, which will be at lap 30. That means with 2 to go at lap 28, they will close pit road. So I would say as we come to complete lap 27, which is about 2 laps from now, especially if you're outside the top 10 and you're not going to score stage points, I would say you hit pit road before they close it and get at least 2 tires and fill that thing up with fuel. I would say you look back there, Denny Hamlin, Matt Kenseth, Chase Elliott, that would be potential candidates to do this.
So, Larry, how far back can you pit with 3 to go in the stage and not lose a lap?
Yeah, right now, Matt Kenseth is sitting back there. And actually, Ryan Preece is sitting back there 12.5 seconds for a 4-tire stop. That's about as far behind the leader as you can be.
Okay. And Matt Kenseth is on pit road now, completing his stop with 4 to go in stage 1. Top 5, all previous Pocono winners, with the exception of C. Bell, the rookie in 4th.
Denny Hamlin going to peel off, come to pit road.
And Ricky Stenhouse and more. Drivers outside the top 10, not in position to get stage points, playing for track position here.
accomplished by pitting here as well. Obviously, you'll stay out when the stage comes to an end, but it easily makes it a two-stop race from here if things worked out that way.
And we're seeing a different strategy for the 10 of Almirola than he did yesterday, but the same strategy for many of these drivers like Denny Hamlin that they played out yesterday that worked well for them. Jimmy Johnson on pit road.
But as they peel off up front, Christopher Bell has taken third from Chris Buescher. So Kurt Busch continues to lead.
And all that clean air that these leaders are enjoying right now, Mike, they're not going to be enjoying it once this stage is over.
No. Busch and Blaney coming up on Jimmy Johnson, who's coming out of the pits.
And Blaney's going to try to use that as a pick to get to the inside. Not quite able to get to the quarter panel of Kurt Busch to make that pass. But Jimmy Johnson going to go a lap down here. Right now in the free pass position, I believe.
Whoa, little slide by Blaney, and here comes Johnson back at him.
He has to fight to get back on the lead lap, because if he doesn't, that strategy is kind of out the window.
Well, and Timmy Hill was the free passes. They were going, the leaders were going by him. So Jimmy fighting hard to get to Timmy Hill.
And they were 3 wide here. 3 Fords fighting it out. Keselowski, Buescher, and DiBenedetto. That's for 5th place. Final lap, stage 1. Pits are closed. They closed a lap ago.
Man, this has been an action-packed stage 1 here, Pocono.
The shortest of the 3 stages, 30 laps. Joe Gibbs Toyota's battling for 8th right now. Cole think it'll help him. That means he will get to come around and get back on the lead lap, but he'll restart at the back.
Yeah, as long as the one of Kurt Busch doesn't get to Clint Bowyer, which he's not going to here, but Jimmy doesn't want to even be the free pass if he doesn't have to be. Great job by Kurt Busch winning that first stage, holding off Ryan Blaney, who's charging hard.
First stage win of the season for Kurt Busch over Blaney, Bell, Harvick, and Keselowski, the top 5. Cole Custer hangs on to 10th, and the final stage point. Kurt Busch for Chip Ganassi. His Camaro is the stage 1 winner. Welcome back to Pocono, the end of stage 1, 31 laps completed. A quick look at Toyota top performers. Christopher Bell running 3rd. Martin Truex, Kyle Busch in the top 10. Eric Jones in 12th. Daniel Suarez. Denny Hamlin made a stop at lap 27. He's back at 30th. So things cycle through here. The first driver that stopped just before the end of the stage is Eric Jones in 12th place. Or excuse me, I'm on the wrong side of the chart. Last pit, Bubba Wallace at lap 27 would be the first of those drivers.
I believe William Byron, if all these come in, he was the first one of those that came in under green.
But our leader, Kurt Busch, in the 1, and Blaney, looks like they stayed out, as well as Keselowski. They stayed out here at lap 32.
Which is very much like what the 10 car did of Eric Almirola yesterday.
Jamie?
Kevin Harvick in that coveted number 1 pit box got his first win here at Pocono yesterday, saying he just needs it to turn a little bit better on exit. He's been backing up the corner. Air pressure adjustment, track bar adjustment, and a 4-time tire stock for the 4 of Kevin Harvick.
So here's your Ram race off pit road. Matt DiBenedetto picks up 2. Austin Dillon 2 tires, 4 spots. Corey LaJoie picks up 8.
So we dial up Kurt Busch. Hey, Kurt, Jeff and Mike here at Fox Sports Studios. You got us?
Hey, buddy, I got you.
Well, man, that was a heck of a battle on those restarts with you and Ryan Blaney. You were able to hold them off. Congrats on winning the stage. Now you've stayed out where several others behind you have come and got tires. What's the plan?
Yeah, it was a good game of cat and mouse with Blaney. He's strong here. He's really good turn 1. We had a beaten 2, and then 3. If I could hit it just right, we could pull away. But good little battle. Picked up a stage win. Hang on, saving gas. And then, you know, for right now, I just got to roll with Matt McCall. He tells me when to pit. I trust him. And our Monster Energy Chevy likes clean air.
Well, you know, that's the key to success, is having two guys, that crew chief and driver, that trust one another. Tell us a little bit about the sun over there in the tunnel turn. We're hearing a lot of drivers talk about this very late in the day to be running this race, not typical. How much of a hindrance is that for you?
I'm the lead car. I'm not bothered by sun or shade. We're just going to lay down some lap times. It is late in the day. I'm just letting it rip. And I got my visor strip here that I can drop down and block that sun.
I love the attitude, man. Keep it up. Good luck the rest of the way.
Kurt Busch does not want to share the lead, that is. He's led every lap so far. Doc's Place is a reference to Doctors Joe and Rose Mattioli, owners of Pocono Raceway, who built this track out in the Pocono Mountains. As we get ready for a restart, the first 6 cars back to Eric Jones stopped at lap 6. The next 3 cars, Byron, Logano, Nemechek, stopped at lap 16. The next 6 stopped at lap 27, and from 16th, Matt DiBenedetto on back, they all just stopped. So you talk about varying strategies.
And this is what I love about these stage links and these shorter races here at Pocono. Creates a lot of great strategies.
Yeah, the top 6 will have to pit in about 8 to 10 laps under green.
So here we come to the Geico restart zone to begin stage 2. 55 laps. Here we go.
Gets a little loose, now 3 wide. Here's another battle up front. Looks like this time Kurt Busch, oh no, he's not going to be able to clear Blaney just yet. Chris Buescher taking a look. Oh yeah, Blaney's got him cleared now through the tunnel turn. And Brad Keselowski, and sorry, that was Mark Truex Jr. making that dive into the tunnel.
So Ryan Blaney becomes the first driver not named Kurt Busch to lead today. Now, 6 drivers that stopped at lap 6. That was the caution for rain. Nobody got tires. So they're still on, I believe, Larry, what they started the race on.
They are, Mike, but again, 8, 9 laps, somewhere in that range, they're going to have to be hitting pit road under green.
7th place. Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, William Byron.
Whoa, wow. William Byron, big impact to the rear bumper of Bubba Wallace, and loses momentum, and here comes Eric Almirola and his teammate Kevin Harvick. Almirola goes up the racetrack, almost makes contact with Bubba Wallace.
Wallace said on the radio, midpoint in yesterday's race, we have got to make this car better for Sunday, and it looks like they have. As Brad Keselowski guns for 2nd place in the 1.
And a lot of times, Mike, what this is for Kurt Busch, those air pressures and the heat has built up on those tires, and when you go back racing, the car just doesn't quite have the same balance and grip that it had. That's allowed Brad Keselowski to go by as he waves out the window, as well as Ryan Blaney. And now that he's lost that track position and he's getting in a little bit of dirty air, it looks like he's really starting to struggle with that #1 machine, as Mark Truex Jr. and Eric Jones coming up to battle with him.
Yeah, Jones up for 5th after starting in the rear in a backup car because of crashing into the inside retaining wall on the front straightaway yesterday with Tyler Reddick. Now, the first driver in this group that is not going to have to pit shortly is Joey Logano. He can run about 10 more laps, and then Kevin Harvick, Bubba Wallace, Almirola, and others.
Mike, we've really looked at this fuel situation. Those guys up front, they actually can go to at least probably a lap 50 plus once we factored in the caution flags, which means Joey Logano can go even further than that.
Did you see Matt Kenseth? He saw Denny Hamlin move up in front of him, and he wanted to dive to the inside, but now he's in that vulnerable position. Here comes Chase Elliott. See if he can capitalize.
Spinner.
Oh, Christopher Bell.
Oh, he has torn that car up.
Backed it into the wall after having a strong day, strong finish, 4th place finish yesterday, running great up through the field in 18th position right there. That is not one you're going to fix.
No. Remember the Gremlin, the AMC Gremlin?
Is that what that reminds you of?
If that camera pulls back far enough, that's what it's going to remind you of right there. Eesh.
But the good news about an impact like that, Mike, is the driver doesn't feel it so much because the back end of that car takes all of the absorption of the impact. So that's the good news. The bad news is the race car is junk.
And, you know, Mike and Jeff, you would think, okay, this opens an opportunity for those guys up front to hit pit road. I'm not sure they do, because I think that would kill their strategy if they come right now.
All right, let's look for Christopher Bell in the 95. Already around.
Yeah. That's off the exit of the tunnel turn. And you know, there's an apron there where a lot of times if you're trying to make a pass, you can put those left sides on the apron that could rotate the car. He could have just been racing hard with somebody and gotten the air taken off of him, or there may have been contact with another competitor. Hard to say. We don't have a clear view of it.
Caution out for the 4th time today, counting rain and the end of stage 1. That's 4 yellow flags. Kurt Busch led the first 35 laps. Ryan Blaney has led the last 4. His Penske teammate, Brad Keselowski, now right behind him. There's Kurt in 3rd. Toyota's 4th and 5th. Truex and Jones.
A couple takers.
The drivers who were last on pit road at lap 6 are in. Be 4 tires for Brad. Jamie?
Kurt Busch in the 1 is in, a 3-time winner here. When they fired off last time, he said he was on the splitter a little bit into turn 1, and he joked with his team and said, I'm better on the short run today. Of course, because he's been in clean air most of this race, doing a nice job for Kurt Busch.
Austin Dillon. Younger brother Ty getting service as well there. Looks like about 9 or 10 cars on pit road. Now, I said they were on pit road at lap 6. It was not a pit stop. That was when they brought the cars down pit road and put them under the red flag.
And Mike, the only thing you do gain by pitting there, you can stretch this to the end of stage 2. But I think they did not want to see that caution right there, because you see Blaney and the 12, our leader, Truex, Kyle Busch, they stayed out.
So 40 laps have been completed. We're under caution for Christopher Bell's crash and coming off the tunnel turn. Next Sunday, you can catch the NASCAR Cup Series in action from Indianapolis on NBC. Then we're right back here on FS1, July 12th, live from Kentucky Speedway, 2:30 Eastern. And then July 15th, the midweek NASCAR All-Star Race, 8:30 p.m. Eastern from Bristol Motor Speedway. And both the races on FS1 are also available on the Fox Sports app. A lot of oil dry being laid down from the exit of turn 2, probably all the way to the entrance to pit road from Christopher Bell's car. While they're cleaning this up with Ryan Blaney leading from Martin Truex and Joey Logano, looks like we're going to have another lap or 2 of caution. 42 complete at Pocono. 12 cars just came to pit road to top off before we go back to green. Here's Jamie Little.
Christopher Bell coming off his career best finish of 4th yesterday, and then today you end up, your day is done early. What exactly happened, Christopher?
Yeah, and I don't exactly know, just kind of rolling out there by myself, and had a good gap from the guy in front of me and behind me, and just stepped out getting into turn 2 there. So disappointing, but really happy with the speed that we've had the last couple of weeks. You know, obviously yesterday here we were really fast, and we had another great car today. So these guys keep bringing really fast Ream cameras to the racetrack, and we'll have good showings.
All right, we'll see him in Indianapolis next weekend, Mike.
So he joins Michael McDowell out of the race. Getting set for the restart, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex on the front row. Kyle Busch and Logano, Harvick and Wallace, Almirola Di Benedetto. And we will have 35 cars on the lead lap, including Timmy Hill, who gets the free pass. We're going to listen to Kyle Busch's spotter, Pennsylvanian Tony Hirschman, on this restart.
You're ready for the herky jerk. Ready. Ready. Half off, you had 21 pushing up to you. 2 top. Close it to you out back. Still 2 top. Clear 22. 1 up. 1 up. 1. 1. 1. Half. Quarter on.
Toyota teammates Martin Truex Jr. getting a push from Kyle Busch to try to make a move at this lead. And Ryan Blaney on the gas on that outside lane. Not going to let it happen.
Through that speedy dry, just sandblasting the front of Martin Truex's car. So it's Ford, Toyota, then Bubba Wallace, the first Chevrolet in 4th. Around goes Chris Buescher. And he straightens it out and saves it.
But the caution is out.
Lap 46, 5th the yellow flag of the day.
Well, I'm curious, you know, we just heard from Christopher Bell putting it on the edge, the back end stepping out. Shows you how hard these drivers are pushing the limits of those Goodyears and that downforce, side force of these cars. I'll be curious to see what happened here in the incident with Chris Buescher off at turn 3.
He restarted 12th. But 17 had a really good run today.
You can see he's in that outside lane. Eric Almirola to the inside. You know, by Almirola kind of running him wide, he just got up to that top groove and tried to stay in the gas, and the car just came around on him.
And there was still a bit of speedy dry up there, and once his right tires were in it, around he went. Garrett Smithley gets the free pass and will be back on the lead lap. Here's another look.
I just think he was a little bit wider off of that corner than he wanted to be, but didn't want to give up the position, so he stayed in the throttle, not allowed the back of the car to come out from underneath him.
Nice save, but a lot of damage.
It's a great slow motion shot. In the throttle, spinning those rear tires, trying to keep it out of that outside wall.
Kurt Busch got quite a scare in this one. Let's ride along.
2 wide right here on exit. Stay low. Got one in the fence. Just stay low. Very bottom against the wall. Okay, you're good. He's rolling right there in front of you.
It's such a tough place to be. You know, we talked about these leaders like Kurt Busch who came in under that last stop, and the jeopardy that they put themselves into being right in the middle of some of these incidences that can catch you out and get you caught up in a wreck. And great job by Kurt Busch, but boy, that makes me nervous, Mike, because he did everything you need to do. Step on the brake hard, you know, slow that car down, but it's easy for somebody behind you maybe not to get the same message from their spotter or be able to see that smoke out in front of them and be able to run in the back of you and get you caught up in it.
So Buescher will make it around to pit road under this caution flag. Bubba Wallace in 4th place. How about his strategy?
All right, Bubba. I know we got track position. We didn't inherit the lead right here, but we're in our window, and now's when we could put 4 on the thing, you know, and we can make it to the stage. If we have to stop on the green, then we're going to be, you know, a lot farther behind. I'm with you, dog. Be confident in the car. I'm good with whatever you got.
You know, Mike, we've got 4 different strategies in the top 6. I think those front 3, Blaney, Truex, and Kyle Busch, they have to come now. Because if they don't come now, they're going to have to go shortly after we go back green flag racing.
Well, let's see if pit road becomes a busy place.
Joey Logano trying to pull a couple of those leaders down pit road. No takers except for further back. Is that Cole Custer, Eric Almirola, 38, John Hunter Nemechek?
Jamie?
Another top 5 finish yesterday for Eric Almirola. Today, though, it's interesting hearing the drivers, most of them saying the cars are worse than they were yesterday. He said he can't keep it turning on exit, and he can't pass because of it. So that's Eric's rendition. And also, Jeff, to talk about these guys just losing it, they're saying that traction compound has gone away. There's really no grip out there today.
Well, 1 race yesterday and 2 races before this one today. That'll provide some wear and tear. Chris Buescher goes around off turn 3. Finishing cleanup from the 5th caution of the day here at Pocono. We have 92 laps to go. Larry, how about a look at today's PNC Bank race strategy?
Yeah, Mike, again, we're about 37 laps to the end of stage 2, and we've got a lot of different strategies. But the way I see it, if this race went the distance, somewhere around the end of stage 2, lap 85, you want to pitch. You want to make sure it's full of fuel. And based on yesterday, get possibly 4 tires. And then once we get into the final stage and the window opens to make it to the end, 40, 45 laps to go, possibly fill it up with fuel and 2 tires only. I don't think you want to wait too late in this race and start putting 4 tires on. You just give up too much ground.
Now, I like where you're going with that, Larry, but you said something there. If we get the full length of this race and that sun is setting, it's after 7 p.m. on the East Coast, I got to believe that these teams are going to start looking at when sunset is and if they can get the full race in or however many laps they can get in.
Tick-tock. We listened in on Kurt Busch and company.
What time of day is it? I think you could still race just about 8:15.
So we're just talking about sunsets, I think, like 8:30 something. 8:38 it is. So, yeah, I got about an hour and a half. That's pretty much what we got.
There you go.
All right, so there's that. Sunset is 8:38. It's going to stay light for another 20 to 25 minutes after that, most of which could be useful. Now, that, of course, assumes no further moisture. Mother Nature not playing tricks on us.
I just think, you know, that radio communication is creating a little bit more urgency here. We've seen what happens when there's more urgency. Drivers are more aggressive, make bigger, bolder moves, and cautions breed cautions. So if we keep getting some of these incidences happening, we're not racing to lap 140.
Sure. We saw that urgency Monday at Talladega.
And Mike and Jeff, we have actually run now 23 laps of cautions, which keeps buying Blaney and Truex and Kyle Busch more laps. But by my calculations, 8 to 10, maybe 11 or 12 laps after we go back racing. If we don't have another caution, they're going to have to hit pit road under green.
All right, lights are out on the pace truck. The first 3 drivers, Blaney, Truex, and Kyle Busch, have not been in their pit stalls yet today. This second stage will take us to lap 85. So here we come once again to the Geico restart zone. Blaney against Truex on the front row.
And let's keep an eye on that traction compound, that outside group. That's where we've been seeing trouble in these restarts.
engine just labors to get up off turn 3 and all the way down the front straightaway.
Well, that's why they used to shift to get that engine into that RPM range to help pull it up off the corner.